Welcome to the finals of the ePremier League live from London. This is what everyone wants to win, the EPL trophy. 40 players have been whittled down to a final 8. All of them want to win it and win a share of £40,000. Kyle, I'm absolutely buzzing, mate.
What a week it's been so far. We've got 4 competitors on the PlayStation, 4 competitors on the Xbox, and like I said, there's been so much drama, there's been tension, there's been late goals, plus there were some penalty shootouts as well, and this is the road to the final.
One of our quarter-finals is 5 goals to 1, the other one 4 apiece.
The running race. Now look, Mane's on side. He could be through. I think he is. Ball roll, that's Leeds. In my opinion, on their way to a semi-final. Wolves score. We go to extra time. It's that simple. Sean Flossie. He has been the surprise package in this tournament. Brilliant fee. Saint-Maximin. Oh, no! Zinchenko!
Zinchenko, you beauty! What a header!
Still, it's alive. Back to goal. He can't turn. Zinchenko, the Ukrainian, has just sent Arsenal into a top 4 finish.
Counter-attack, men forward for Jazz. Danger here.
Rashford, maybe a chance to strike. Rashford! And chance taken by Diogo.
As there's been a goal between Manchester United and Liverpool, and it's bad news for Liverpool fans because Manchester United have taken a 2-goal lead on aggregate.
United on this day have beaten Liverpool and knocked them out.
Oh, my heart can't handle this. Zinchenko from the spot, saved! Tom, 2, send himself through to the semi-finals. Adama Traore from 12 yards, scores!
And he's done it again! A top 4 finish with a different club. On the flip side of that, quickly, it was of course Leicester and Sheffield United getting out of that group.
Marcus Rashford!
Oh no!
120 minutes on the clock. James goes forward here for Mark Marley and for Brighton. Mo Salah pulls the ball back and Rashford buries it. A massive, massive goal for Mark Marley. Now Shells with a chance to win it. And who else but Kevin De Bruyne to do so? He puts it away! City stay alive!
Hoping for some more scenes like that today. Absolutely awesome. If you are joining us for the first time, where have you been? And secondly, let's have a look at how all of this has worked. The online qualifiers, they've already taken place. We whittled both the Xbox and the PlayStation down to 40 final players for the club playoffs, Carl.
Yes, we did indeed. They all went head-to-head. We had Xbox on Tuesday, PlayStation on Wednesday, and here we are at Finals Friday, where we will be crowning our ePremier League champion.
Yeah, absolutely. We can have a look at the rankings now then. This is the PlayStation side of things to start with. And hashtag Tom, the tournament favourite, as you can see, absolutely smashing it with Tottenham Hotspur, Carl.
Yes, mate, he's the top right there of those FIFA Global Series rankings. Shells is just behind him for Manchester City, but there's a massive gap, as you can see, between the two. They'll all be going head-to-head, hoping to be crowned the champion. Let's have a look at the Xbox side of things right now. Now, as you can see, Leeds Ollelito, he is clear at the top. Another one of our favourites, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. Ollelito's been absolutely smashing it, but let's put some respect on Falcons Diogo's name as well, and Healy, both really strong competitors. And of course, Saf Dragon, who has taken some serious scouts, Carl.
Yes, he has, and that's for Manchester United. Now, we can have a look at how all of today will play out. As you can see right there in the bracket, on the PlayStation side of things, it will be Tottenham Hotspur against Sheffield United. Then it's Brighton and Hove Albion taking on Manchester City. On the Xbox side of things, it's Leeds United and Arsenal, and then Chelsea and Man United. They'll go through the winners to the PlayStation and Xbox final. Then our grand final sees both competitors go head-to-head on each console right there. Yes, that is how you're crowned champion. You've got to beat the other one on the console. Now, 2 favourites we've talked about, hashtag Tom and Ollelito. Well, Mark and Dan, they're going to break down some of their gameplay.
Thank you so much, Carl. Yes, 2 of the favourites indeed, and for a reason. Mark, kick us off with Ollelito.
I mean, the man was absolutely sublime yesterday. One of the goals we're going to look at is a great example of the use of the player lock, but not only just the use of the player lock, how you can use it to fool your opponent, to kind of come up with a little bit of a ruse as to where you're going to play and what your next phase of play is going to be. And we'll stop the clip here, and you can see Marcus Rashford is the player that Ollelito is currently controlling. He's just decided to employ the player lock to make this player over here, which is Son, make a run that he controls, trying to make Kyle Walker, who Stokes is defending with, have to guess, is he going to go left? Is he going to come inside? Is he going to run behind? And make it very, very difficult to defend this particular attack. As we roll it on, though, Ollelito decides, having made that run, and the run has been covered by Kyle Walker, hey, I've got a much more simple route to goal now. I can take that player lock off. I can run straight towards goal, attack the goalkeeper, and as you can see here, by choosing to disengage the player lock, he then has a simple ball inside to Saka, and it's just a great example there for Ollelito of how he makes these split-seconds decisions, as well as having the technical and mechanical ability to pull off something like that against such a great player like Stokes.
There's a lot of mind games in FIFA 21, especially when you get to the latter stages of the game. And if we first focus here, you can see this is going to be the last attack for #Tom in his matchup. Otherwise, it's going to extra time and maybe even the dreaded penalties. And if we run the clip on, he has lots of space on the left-hand side, muscles off the defender, and then he has a couple of options here when he receives the ball with Son. You can either go left side of Virgil van Dijk, slightly tricky, a very physical player, might muscle you off the ball, also could go for an auto block. You could go right of Van Dijk, take a finesse shot to the far right-hand corner, but of course another defender there that could block that attempt. So instead, you've got the third option of playing the ball to Mahrez, who's waiting in the centre of the box. Good to spot it at this stage of the game. Plays it to Mahrez, but it's going to be on his right foot. Mahrez, his strong foot is his left. So you've got the thought process. Do I turn on myself and go for a finesse shot with the left foot on his stronger foot? Or do I take that risk of actually shooting with his right into quite a lot of space that the goalkeeper has left there? Tom goes for the risk, and he is rewarded with that risk. And you can see all of these decision-making kind of skills that he has in the late stages of the game just is why he is one of the best players in this competition and why I think he could make it all the way to the grand final.
I know, phenomenal nerve from Tom there. Great goal from Ollelito. Like you said, two of the best players we have in the competition. Speaking of players, though, we have to speak about some of the foot items on the pitch that have been getting the job done. Defensively, Dan, I know you absolutely love this item.
Is that because I'm a defensive player? I can't tell if you're taking shots at me, but we have to have all of the Premier League items in this game. You can't use any icons in FIFA 21 in this tournament. You have to use Premier League players. So Reece James is going to be one of the most important centre-backs in the game. He's a right back, but actually they're going to be shifting him into that central position because of the physical ability that he offers, the speed that he has to go up against some of those fast, pacey strikers, and of course with that strength he can muscle off the likes of Marcus Rashford. So I think he is going to be the heart of everyone's defence today. Oh,
speaking of the heart of defence, this is going to be the heart of every single player's team. I mean, what a performance this man has put in for every single player so far in the ePremier League. It is Team of the Year, Bruno Fernandes, and quite simply, he can do it all. Wherever you play him on the pitch, he's going to do a job. A lot of players have actually been pushing him a little bit further up the pitch. Some people even using him as a striker in game as well, and you can see why. Great pace, phenomenal dribbling, great finishing as well, and defensive and physical stats are there as well. If you're wondering what these stats are, all out 99. That's a great example of how good this item is. Also got the 4-star weak foot, got the 4-star skills. He really can do it all, Dan.
He can, but don't worry, Man City fans, they're not all 99 stats. He's still just slightly lower, but another Manchester United fan, just to rub it in, a Manchester United player in Marcus Rashford. He might be a left midfielder, but he's going to be playing up top for the majority of players today, mainly for his physical ability, but also for those 5-star skill moves. We have noticed throughout this tournament a lot of players struggle without the 5-star skillers in the Premier League, so Rashford usually is that focal point. A lot of balls are going to be played to him on the edge of the box, so he can use those 5-star skills, get past those defenders, and then hopefully get a shot away.
He's certainly going to be an important part of everybody's team moving forward, as are the other two players that we highlighted. They've been impactful so far, Joe. We'll have to see on finals day if they can continue to do the same.
Yeah, always good to see Marcus Rashford and Bruno Fernandes scoring goals. It has to be said. But yeah, don't go anywhere. It is time for a quick break now. But we've got a massive game coming your way after it between #Tom and M. Hayward. I cannot wait to get into it. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
Whether we're in a stadium or not, there's no room for racism. Not out there, not in here. There's no room for racism.
No room for racism.
Anywhere.
Take a knee.
They kneel in unity.
But without actions,
Genuinely powerful side.
there are just words. There's no room for ignorance. or intolerance, for hate, for injustice, for sitting in silence, for doing nothing.
I'm ashamed, I'm embarrassed. We want equality in society, in football.
We all need to do more. Challenge it.
The CCTV will find the perpetrator of that and he will have a lifetime ban.
Report it. Change it. Premier League. No room for racism. Anywhere.
The first ever ePremier League.
This is so big. Every single club.
It's loyalty, it's passion, it's desire.
Ball into the box. Gjanni with the header! That's how much it means to him. He is the Xbox champion.
I think it's my favourite one, to be honest.
F2 Tex, what a performer.
Hello and welcome to the ePremier League Invitational.
That was very sweaty. You know it's disgusting. We both know that was disgusting.
And we're seeing it again, and it's a chance for Diogo. And there it is! Diogo Jota has won the tournament.
Mahrez into Trezeguet. Oh, he's up by 2. Goes back inside. Pogba gets it back, and it's a second. And now he has one.
Tom, you are no longer the bridesmaid. You are now the bride. You are the ePremier League champion. Finally.
Good result there.
That's the final whistle in North London. Harry Kane steps up yet again for Tottenham. Big points in the bag. What are your
Great game, Harry.
Cheers, mate.
Such a clinical finish from a top-class striker.
Do you remember your first ever FIFA Ultimate Team card?
It was a brown card, and
he
had a 64, I think.
Good knowledge. What was it like for the first time you got included in FIFA?
Yeah, bro, and I bought me in my ultimate team, but the stats was disaster. Impossible to play with me.
Like you'll ever get paid to play video games, they said. Now you're players, creators, fans, all in one huge and growing community. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Welcome back to the ePremier League finals live from London, where our semi-finals are just about to kick off. You can see all 4 of them on screen now. Then on the Xbox, we've got Leeds United, Ollelito taking on Healy representing Arsenal. We've also got a historic Premier League battle between Chelsea and Manchester United. South Dragon looking to take a few more scalps today. We've also got on the PlayStation side of things, Brighton represented by previous finalist Mark Marley taking on Kyle's beloved Manchester City and our featured game, Spurs vs Sheffield United, Carl.
Yes, this is the one we will be watching. I'm so excited. The current ePremier League champion, #Tom, he takes on M. Haywood. I think it's time to kick the ePremier League on. Richard, Brandon, it's over to you guys.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, welcome to the ePremier League Grand Finals. We're in final day. 40 players arrived in this tournament on Monday, Richard. Now only 8 remain, 4 on PlayStation 4 and Xbox. £20,000 up for grabs. And Richard, talk me through it, because we are guaranteed to see a new Premier League club lift that trophy today.
We are indeed. Year 1 of the ePremier League was won by Tex and Liverpool. Year 2, the man on your screen right there in the Tottenham Hotspur jersey. He was at Watford last season, defending champion individually, looking to add his beloved Tottenham onto the ePremier League history books.
Yeah, and as you said, all these games will be taking place at the same time. We'll do our best to keep you up to date with everything that is going on. You've seen the 8 teams that remain. This will be our featured game. #Tom against Rise Mitch Haywood, the 2 current E-Lions at the moment. That means they've both been playing some superb FIFA this year, representing England as well as these two clubs in the competition. Mark Marley against Chelsea is the other PlayStation tie. And then over to the Xbox, we've got Leeds against Arsenal, Ollelito against Healy, and then Chelsea, Manchester United, Diogo against Dragon.
What you're seeing right there on your screen is the loading squad that Mitch Hayward will be playing with, representing Sheffield United. And N'Golo Kante, interesting enough, in the starting 11 for Mitch. Watch out for Rashford, Bruno Fernandes, Kevin De Bruyne, all to be influential in these games. Big stakes.
Well, here we go then. The final four on the PlayStation in the ePremier League. Two players that have been on a ridiculous journey. If you remember rightly, #Tom got to this very matchup for a penalty shootout. I don't think I've heard you go so high in commentary before, Richard. I think you lost your voice at one point.
Incredible, really, when you consider that the game between Tom and serious about FIFA's Stingray. And by all means, yes, we know Tom is an incredible FIFA player. One of the top players in Europe, as you can see by the Global Series rankings that were talked about earlier. But by his own standard, he didn't play that well in the opening day of the ePremier League. And on the flip side of that, Mitch probably playing some of his best FIFA that we've ever seen him play this year.
Yeah, well, Tom made it look plain sailing. He came from Group A, he had to defeat Brighton of Albion's Mark Marley, who's also in the top four. That was a 7-3 victory. And then a very narrow win against Leeds United's Michael Fisher. As we would have saw that nervy penalty shootout against Liverpool to knock Liverpool out of the Premier League. Unfortunately, no Liverpool in the finals day. That's the first time that's happened. Here comes Mitch Hayward now with his first real chance of the game. Bruno Fernandes, a brilliant save from Nick Pope there. It was great feet in the box from the Portuguese midfielder. Just couldn't angle the finish. Ball into the box. Virgil van Dijk will be looming around that area. He has been absolutely remarkable over the 2 days of action we've seen so far in the Premier League. Scored so many goals from set pieces as the Dutch defender. Ball into the box again. It needs Reece James just to poke the one out for a corner again. This is Sheffield United on the front foot.
And every single time these corners getting whipped in, it's looking for Van Dijk to win that initial header, whether it be on goal or just a flick down into the danger area. Early stages though, Mitch certainly on top, penning Tom back and forcing him out wide to get out.
Look at the space. Alan Saint-Maximin's got now. He's got options in the box, potentially so, to open up Spurs' account. In this one, he goes on his own. Does the Frenchman. Quite an ambitious angle from that sort of distance. Don't get me wrong, we've seen them go in before. Speaking of goals that are going in, South Dragon leads Chelsea by 1-0. Let's go and have a look at that goal right now. Manchester United against Chelsea. This is on the Xbox in the semi-final. It was De Bruyne into Sadio Mane, and a man playing some sublime FIFA. South Dragon leads by 1-0.
All four semi-finals playing simultaneously right now. 2 on the Xbox, 2 on the PlayStation. Chance for Mitch Hayward to go 1-0 up. Marcus Rashford tucking it past the goalkeeper. And that early pressure paying off for Mitch.
Well, well, well. The two current E-Lions up against each other, the two best that some would say. In England right now on the PlayStation 4. Settling a couple of those nerves. Sheffield United lead the current ePremier League champion in #Tom by 1-0. Remember, all these games will be played over 2 legs of an aggregate scoreline. Being the end result to find out who goes into a console final. That one, though, certainly would have just settled a couple of nerves, Richard. He would have been building up to this. First time in the top 4, first time that Sheffield United have made it into the finals day. Mitch Hayward did represent the Blades last year, but wasn't the same story as it is right now.
He's in a very much a purple patch, is Mitch right now. That win in the E-Lions Eliminator with England, giving him the opportunity to represent England in international competition on FIFA. And now, top 4 in the ePremier League.
Chance now for #Tom. Goes for that player lock, doesn't want to use it, instead recycles back into Heung-min Son. Waiting for the perfect pass, the perfect option. There's been so many moments where he has been clutch in big match scenarios, late goals against Leeds United for Spurs. And that penalty shootout, the decider to get into this stage right now. Brighton 0, Manchester City 0. That's the current other PlayStation semi-final. Winner of that game plays the winner of this game in the console final. Some won't know as well, Richard, but there are playoff spots on the line with the ePremier League.
There are indeed. This is just a fast track into those Global Series playoffs, which will then lead into the FIFA E World Cup Grand Final, where the most prize money, the most accolade is given out over the course of the FIFA season.
Here comes Mitch Hayward building into a second goal. That would give him a really nice scoreline to fall back on in the first leg here. Does well, Marcus Rashford finds the feet of Bruno Fernandes, who just can't turn his man. Well, this game's come alive. It's Chelsea that have responded against Manchester United South Dragon. It's Falcons Diogo, Cesar Azpilicueta's esports organisation. And the man representing Chelsea makes it 1-1 there in the first leg.
Yeah, Manchester United's games have been action-packed every single match, whether it be on the Xbox or the PlayStation. And serious about FIFA, Dragon, you would say, surprising a lot of people with the results that he's been putting up.
And Leeds United surprising everybody with the run that they've had, but some would say it has been expected with the player that they have got on the Xbox there. Ollelito 0-0 against Healy. He has been a surprise package. Arsenal's esports representative. Here comes Spurs now, looking for that equaliser to bring this game back all square at 1-1. Cuts it back perfectly. Marcus Rashford will ensure the hashtag Tom makes it 1-1 in this one.
The first time fake shot was exquisite from Tom inside the box. As soon as it came into his feet with Marcus Rashford, it was instinctive. He knew what he wanted to do straight away. First time out of his feet with that fake shot, and then just whipped it into the bottom left corner. One apiece.
And once again, it's come down that sideline where he's had so much joy. Does so well to cut it back. Finds Marcus Rashford. And what do we know about that man? He has been scoring all the goals, so it seems, in the ePremier League. Chance lay on.
Pen?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no. We thought we were going into half-time. Referee says no, Virgil van Dijk, that's going to be a penalty. I mean, we've seen some very harsh. That's got to be up there. What an opportunity this is from the spot. The man that's so good from penalties, Bruno Fernandes, saved by Nick Pope.
Guessed the right way, he did. Hashtag Tom. Looked like just a collision inside the box. Really not much to that penalty shout.
Virgil van Dijk will get another bite of the cherry again. It's saved again by Nick Pope. He's certainly earning his money at the moment. He's the Burnley goalkeeper. Another corner coming. Watch that player control of Virgil van Dijk, who wins it. And that will do us for the first 45 in this PlayStation semi-final. We said it was a quiet one, but on the stroke of half-time, Ollelito of Leeds United finds the back of the net. Marcus Rashford in that game, slotting away for the Swede.
Yeah, great finish. We get to see Dragon here just at the end of the first half, sliding into Kevin De Bruyne. Goalkeeper potentially teased out a little bit. Sadio Mane, right place, right time to slot it into the back of the net. Plenty of goals in our semi-finals early doors, which we love to see. The only game that I think goalless between Brighton and Manchester City. Shells and Mark Marley still 0-0 at half-time.
Yeah, remember, this is the ePremier League Grand Finals. This is our final day. By the end of play today, there will be a new club that lifts that trophy. £20,000 on the line. And yeah, that's only one half done. We've still got 3 more halves to come across all of our matches. But Rich, this was an action-packed first 45.
It was indeed. Marcus Rashford just breaking the offside trap right there. Ball slid into him, one touch out of his feet, and just finessed it into the bottom corner. But you talked about the work down the byline. Heung-min Son with acres of space. And you just see Marcus Rashford peel away from his man there. Good patience inside the box from Tom. And that first-time fake shot made the goal. It created the space between the ball and the defender. This is the penalty call right here. Virgil van Dijk just stepping in. He pressed circle, I think. Stepped in, fouled the player, but from the spot, Bruno Fernandes couldn't beat Nick Pope.
Well, there's been another goal. Manchester City against Brighton of Albion. It's fallen to Manchester City shells. And it's Mohamed Salah that finds the breakthrough in that game. And now there's been another goal in this one. Leeds United They scored on the stroke of half-time. They scored 10 minutes after the restart. Ollelito, one of the strongest players in this tournament, proving exactly why he is the man to talk about. We're back underway for the second half now. Chance, Mitch Hayward, is he onside?
Yep, he is.
The goal will stand. It's Bruno Fernandes that will run away. It was a shot that didn't really look like it had much venom in it, to be honest.
You're asking questions of the goalkeeper, just stabbed past him with Bruno Fernandes, playing him up top as that central striker next to Marcus Rashford and doing a job for Mitch, putting Sheffield United 2-1 up. Couple of goals going in just there. Man City 1-0 up. Chelsea levelling up the scoreline against Manchester United. Bruno Fernandes on the edge of the box, waiting for the movement of Mohamed Salah, who slots it into the opposite corner against the goalkeeper's momentum and levels up the playing field at 2 apiece.
Yeah, the goals are all flying in, so it seems at the moment. After these games are concluded, we'll only be left with 4 players. We'll have a console final on the PlayStation, a console final on the Xbox. That will determine who takes the 2 Global Series playoff spots in Europe and who else will make the ePremier League cross-console grand final. That'll be our final game tonight. Manchester City make it 2 against Brighton of Albion. Shells looking to run away with that type against Mark Miley. But in this game, Sheffield United lead Spurs by 2-1. Looking for a third goal is Mitch Hayward. It goes for a corner that time. Hashtag Tom makes sure he does win the ball. Whipped in towards the box. Virgil van Dijk is on everything! And that's what he can do! It's the link-up of dreams, in all honesty. It's defender to defender. The man that's actually played so well in the Premier League, future stars Reece James, gets onto the header from Virgil van Dijk. And you know where the ball's going half the time, you just still can't defend it.
Yeah, you do indeed. We'll have a look at that goal in a second. But Manchester City, you said, potentially trying to run away with the game. 3-0 up now against Brighton and Hove Albion. But just going back to the goal was just scored there by James. He pulled Van Dijk into the near post. And as soon as that cross came in, it wasn't good enough to head it back. So he just headed it down into the danger area. As I said in the first half, he's looking to do, not necessarily score directly with Van Dijk, but nod it into a dangerous area. And speaking of dangerous, do not let Marcus Rashford inside the box.
And that's a massive goal, because that's the first time that Chelsea have led in that game. They've been chasing that one against Manchester United. Well. If this is your first taster of FIFA esports, well, you're in for a treat right now, because the goals are flying in every single game at this moment in time. 3-1 now, Sheffield United lead against the former ePremier League champion. A couple of changes there to talk about in the final 30 minutes. It's 2 defensive changes for Sheffield United's Mitch Hayward.
He's running back again.
I mean, this is a great opportunity. A 2-goal cushion is already huge. A 3-goal cushion would be absolutely remarkable from leg number 1.
Not seeing a lot of Martin Odegaard. He's been brought on to the pitch. Ollelito doing what some would say expected of him in this matchup against Healy. Finesse shot into the top corner. Leeds United starting to run away with that semi-final tie.
Yeah, their first time in the Premier League. Out of the 3 years it has been running. First time we've seen Leeds back in the Premier League. Well. They are on for a run to remember in the ePremier League. This game, don't know who hashtag Tom is. Where have you been all this time? He won the ePremier League last year with Watford. This year,
champion.
Ensured that he took that Spurs jersey on the PlayStation, ensured that he would be representing his beloved Spurs.
And if you are a Spurs fan out there, do not worry, because there will be a second leg to come up. If this is the first time you're watching FIFA esports, you're just joining us for the ePremier League, welcome. But the games are always played over 2 legs, so it's just a straight aggregate scoreline, no home or away goals. But there's a lot of time for this game to turn down many different paths.
And also remember that by the end of play tonight, someone will be walking away with £20,000 in their back pocket, alongside ensuring that one club, I should say, will be crowned the ePremier League champions. Tom, even a goal to take into that second leg.
He's playing very, very well. He's Sheffield United's Mitch Hayward right now.
I think as well, just to add on top of this, looking outside the Premier League, Mitch would say this is an opportunity to sort of voice how good he is.
Yep. It's just not a lot of opportunities to play at a stage like this. He'll be doing his parent club in the Rise as well. Very proud, I have to say.
Well, here's directional nutmeg. Oh, that's clever. The directional nutmeg was perfect, and he made Tom fall into the trap of the tackle. Tom can plead his innocence, but the referee will point to the spot. And for the second time of asking, he's already missed the penalty, Mitch Hayward. Can he find the back of the net this time? No, he can't. Nick Pope again will be the hero from the spot.
This game could be all said and done. It could be 5-1 up right now, Mitch Hayward.
That's 2 penalties he's missed.
Will they come back to haunt him? Those missed chances, those missed penalties.
That's twice Tom has denied Mitch Hayward from the spot. On 2 separate occasions, surely. As you said rightly, those chances will come back and haunt him. If Tom can build back into this game. He's done it so many times within this tournament. He'll look to do it one more time now. Mahrez waiting to try and build that extra chance, find the extra player in the final third. And Mitch Hayward has been able to suck up all this pressure at the moment and deal with everything that's been thrown at him. Could that change now? Back to Mahrez!
Very, very fortunate bounce. It just catapulted into the path of Riyad Mahrez. Scored a lot of big goals for Tom in the ePremier League, has Mahrez. One of the only competitors to back Mahrez from the starting word as well. But he caught that one sweet.
Don't get me wrong, yes. You can look on the side. Yes, it was fortunate, the bounce back. For Mitch Hayward, you can see it inside of him as well. He's had 2 penalties that, yes, could come back and haunt him. I tell you what, Chelsea have turned this game around. Diogo of Falcons Esports and Chelsea finds a 2-goal cushion in the last second of that game. He was 1-0 down in that game, Richard, against South Dragon. He's 2 goals up into the second leg.
What an incredible turnaround from Diogo. A player that we've not really seen that much of, especially in the ePremier League. He's been going about his business under the radar, but a very, very top FIFA player in his own right. And honestly, I wouldn't expect him to, I wouldn't.
Yeah, he's been to a console final before, back in FIFA 19 with Fulham. Did lose the hands of Tex. That was on the this time. Of course, back in action on the Xbox for a different London club. A last change. It will be Curtis Jones that comes on for Mitch Hayward just to secure the midfield. Leeds are running away with that tie, 3-0. Manchester City were running away with that other game on the PlayStation. 3-0. I mean, it's been a first leg to forget about for Healy of Arsenal and for Mark Miley of Brighton Hove Albion. The furthest that the Seagulls have ever been in the Premier League. And that will do us 4-leg 1. Sheffield United just in front at the break at half-time, technically across the 2 legs.
You can see how disappointed Mitch is, though, because he could be so much more. He had the opportunity, 2 penalties saved. It could be 5-1 up. It could have been 5-1 up in that tie, even 5-2 right now. We're going to have a look at the best moments from our first leg of action right now. It was Mitch Hayward getting us underway just inside 20 minutes. Marcus Rashford finessing it into the bottom corner, putting Mitch 1-0 up.
Yeah, we spoke about how good Tom has been in these sort of areas. Look no further. Even when Mitch tried to track the run of Marcus Rashford, he just simply couldn't. And then there was a penalty at the stroke of half-time. What a chance it was, and what a save from Nick Pope.
Great save from Nick Pope. Just coming out of the second half. Didn't let that penalty miss phase him. Mitch. Bruno Fernandes, first time finish past the goalkeeper, just enough on it to put it out of the goalkeeper's reach. Virgil van Dijk won the initial header. Reece James quickest to react inside the box. And this was the chance to go 4-1 up. He missed 2 penalties.
He did. I mean, Nick Pope, back-to-back penalty saved. And then there was this chance. Yes, the bounce was fortunate, but the finish was to remember from Riyad Mahrez. They're at the break in this game. Only a goal to separate the 2 in our PlayStation semi-final. All the semi-finals currently underway here in the ePremier League. Make sure you stay tuned, because very, very soon there'll only be, what, 4 teams left, in the tournament, 2 on each console final. But that concludes the first leg in this one. We're going to throw it down, of course, to Joe and Kyle to break down the action from that one. Gents, what did you make of it?
Mitch Hayward, so many chances missed there when it come back to bite him. But Ollelito, it has to be said, he looks strong, Carl.
He does indeed. All 4 of these semi-finals are happening right now, so make sure you do stick around. There's been so many goals already, and we've got that second leg of #Tom taking on M. Hayward. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you after the break.
What a ball that could be to Reece James to get us on the way. And that will be the first goal in the ePremier League. It goes to Newcastle United's very own Planet Toast. Aubameyang off the bench. Cheeky chip. Aubameyang will score.
Heung-min Son now going to strike and finds the back of the net as well. First strike on goal for Tex.
Surely not. Mane! It's 5! Son round the corner to make matters worse. It is going to be 5! Sean Flossie, he has been the surprise package in this tournament. Brilliant feat. Saint-Maximin. Oh no! Zinchenko, you beauty!
It's Rashford against the goalkeeper now, and Dragons found the equaliser.
Surely not. Bruno Fernandes! And a simple ball roll. Salah will score. Everton kick off with a 7-5 victory. Here's Tom now, coming forward, so composed in these moments. It's Mahrez! And that's why he's regarded one of the best players in the world right now.
Beautiful play inside the box. What a time to join the game. Mitch Hayward, 3-1 up.
Gets the ball in, and that's the chance that he's been waiting for. Brilliant ball. Wilfried Zaha! Strap yourselves in. We're off to a penalty shootout to decide a final 4 spot.
Adama Traore from 12 yards scores!
Mo Salah pulls the ball back and Rashford buries it. A massive, massive goal for Mark Marley. James has to be careful, but he's not! Traore will win the header, and we are going to the spot. Shells with a chance to win it. And who else but Kevin De Bruyne to do so? He puts it away!
Like you'll ever get paid to play video games, they said. Now you're players, creators, fans, all in one huge and growing community. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you. Whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
The ball goes out of play. It looks like on the sidelines Marcus Rashford is getting ready to be their first change today. Just getting his final checks from the physio by the looks of it.
And he'll be looking to make an impact from the bench, most definitely.
Hello and welcome back to the ePremier League. We're deep into the first round, the semi-finals here. There's been plenty of goals already, especially in our other games. We can see right here, Leeds taking on Arsenal. Ollelito, who's top of the FIFA Global Series rankings on this side of the tournament, taking on Arsenal's Healy. He made it 3-0 going into that second leg, Joe.
Yeah, very comfortable. This one was between Chelsea and Manchester United. We've seen Dragon take some huge scalps throughout this week, but he might be falling away now. It's a fantastic finish by Diogo, who finds himself in a 4-2 victory position. Very, very strong. Some fantastic goals here. We might well see Dragon struggling to get through. Look at that finish. Absolutely unbelievable. I think that was Marcus Rashford there. Another chance here. This was the 4th goal, I believe, actually. Little directional nutmeg. Fantastic by Marcus Rashford. Great goal to make it 4-2. The other game then, of course, between previous finalist Mark Marley, this year representing Brighton Hove Albion, and Manchester City's last remaining contender, Shells, who's been superb throughout the week. Shells, again, making it look quite easy. How about this through ball? That is just sensational. 3-0 in the first leg, Carl.
Yes, it is indeed, and we can have a look at our brackets right now. You can see in those semi-finals on the PlayStation side of things, the game we were watching, Tottenham 2 against Sheffield United, who've got 3 right there. Brighton and Hove Albion 0, Manchester City 3, and then on the Xbox side of things in the semi-finals, it's Leeds United, yes, Ollelito 3, and Arsenal's Healy 0, and it's Falcons Diogo 4, Saf Dragon for Manchester United 2 right there. Plenty of action, plenty of drama, let's say, as we move forward into those finals, Joe. I'm looking forward to it, mate.
So am I. Let's not waste any more time then. Richard and Brandon, take us away for the second legs.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, I mean, let's just quickly talk about this. What a dream start for Manchester City and for Leeds United. Both 3-0 up at the break at the end of their first legs. However, the game in focus, a lot more tighter, isn't it? Spurs against Sheffield United will still be our game in focus.
It's a lot tighter, but it could be all Sheffield United, in all honesty, when you consider how that first leg went. 2 missed penalties for Mitch Hayward. Will that come back to haunt him? We will find out right now in this second leg.
Well, here we go then. As you said it perfectly, Richard. 2 penalties that were missed by Mitch Hayward. One at the stroke of half-time, one just before the end of the game. So I'll be happy that he's able to save both of them and score a late goal to bring a goal back and to ensure there's only 1 goal between the two. Remember, winner goes into a console final. Please do remember that it is Mitch Hayward that is up by 3 goals to 2. Of course, kicking from left to right in that Sheffield United red and white strip. Trent Alexander-Arnold whipping that one across things, the hands of Nick Pope, and Tom just been able to deal with that one. There you go, you can just see the aggregate scoreline changed in the right way now. Mitch Hayward, as we said, up by a goal, looking across the board. We'll keep you up to date with those scores as they do come in. Keep an eye on that right-hand corner of the screen. Leeds United still lead 3-0 against Arsenal. That's on the Xbox, remember. And also that Chelsea-Manchester United game, even tighter now, Richard. United get a goal back.
Early goal for, serious about FIFA's Dragon right there. Only a 1-goal game right now. Let's have a look at that goal. Kevin De Bruyne for Manchester United, playing the ball into Marcus Rashford. It's Steven Bergwijn firing it in at the near post, and we're coming back to some action, Brandon. But before we get there, Shells certifying his dominance, 4-0 up now.
But the biggest action, we missed it. Spurs have responded. Tom has responded. Mahrez, the double tap pass was perfect into Marcus Rashford. And just like that, we're all square at 3-3 in this game. It took him 10 minutes. We said those penalties would come back to haunt Mitch Hayward. They have come back and they've done exactly that.
3 apiece right now between Sheffield United and Tottenham Hotspur.
Well.
Goals all over the place.
Struggling to keep up with the amount of goals that are going in. £20,000 on the line for whoever can call themselves the champion tonight. Global Series playoff spots as well. Fast track your way to those European playoffs in the Global Series. Mitch Hayward's got to say, right, I'm back at a 0-0 pretty much. But he did play well in that first leg. Got himself into the right positions to, of course, force the penalties from Tom and also to create the goals that he did. Leeds are just simply running away with this one right now. Ollelito making it look easy.
Ollelito just too good at the minute. We're putting Arsenal and Healy out of the competition, 4-0 up. This is a miraculous comeback from Arsenal.
Yeah, the defending ePremier League champion now coming forward, looking to go in front for the first time in the game. See that offside trap there played by Mitch. He's trying to catch Tom out, and Tom's not falling into the trap as of yet. Waiting for the right time to go forward. Can he find the perfect gap? He's got Marcus Rashford and Mahrez queuing up. Waiting to try and catch Reece James or Virgil van Dijk off guard. There's potentially that ball. Zinchenko does well. He's had quite the tournament as the Ukrainian fullback.
I was about to say, Zinchenko, a player that you don't typically see used in a lot of competitive FIFA, but given that we're playing in the ePremier League and it's Premier League players only, he was the obvious choice at left-back. He's been incredible, has Zinchenko. And maybe there'll be a kick-on effect into other competitions where he will be continued to be used.
Yeah, the Manchester City fullback has been heavily involved in all the teams. You're wondering what the squad restrictions are. It's just Premier League players only on FIFA Ultimate Team. Chance to get the ball forward now for Rise Mitch Hayward. Goes for that manual player lock to try and get Marcus Rashford on the ball. Goes for a corner.
Been dangerous.
That's the third of this game gone in our PlayStation semi-final. Ball whipped into the box towards Virgil van Dijk, and it's the header from Trent Alexander-Arnold. I think he would have preferred a volley.
And every time one of those corners comes in, you see Tom, little look to his left-hand side, to his teammate in Shorey. He's coaching him as well. It's just sort of the... How is he so good from these set pieces? Every single set piece that comes in, especially from the corners, is creating chances, is Mitch Hayward. And it's something that Tom has to realise.
De Bruyne do his best to pull apart this defence of Sheffield United. I think the key thing is from those corners, you know it's going into Virgil van Dijk, but still...
So hard to stop him.
You just can't stop it, can you? And even if you try and mark it with Virgil van Dijk, there still is such a 50-50 that does win the ball back well there, De Bruyne. Say Maximin. There's been a goal. Arsenal have got a goal back. There's about 33 minutes played in that game. Saka, the Arsenal man, the future star item, will pull a goal back for Healy. However, things aren't looking great for Brighton of Albion right now. They're 4-0 down against Manchester City. Shell said he was feeling good. Well, I'll tell you what, he looks even better right now. He'll be playing the winner of this game if he can hold on to that 4-goal cushion. Last chance, maybe the first half it. Nice directional nutmeg into space. Chance for Saka!
Fantastic use of that acceleration boost, that directional nutmeg down the line, the bridge touch. Simply too quick. Ball whipped across the box, and Saka slotting past the goalkeeper. Diogo starting to run away with this game here against Dragon. Currently 4-3, that cements him a 5-3 lead right now. Chelsea against Manchester United. You talked about a comeback potentially for Arsenal. Well, you can put that one to bed. 5-1, Ollelito leads.
Yeah, Leeds looking in cruise control right now. That could be a Leeds-Chelsea Xbox final. 2 goals down is South Dragon of Manchester United. Diogo cruising forward. Just rubbing salt into those wounds as he scores his penalty with Bruno Fernandes, the Manchester United man himself. Back to this game now. Last chance of the half will fall to Tom of Spurs. Currently 4-3 down in this one. Mahrez can't get round the corner. Reece James defends well, and that will do us for the halfway point in this game. A goal coming between the two, but we've got to talk about it. A brilliant directional nutmeg into space it was, and then the cutback was even better into that future star's Saka. Did so well with the finish in such a pressured scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have a look at the best moments from our second leg of action here. Tom did start with a vengeance. Little directional, I should say, double tap pass into Marcus Rashford. He hits on the half volley past the goalkeeper. I just had directional nutmegs on my mind. Have a little look at this. I'll say Maximin breezing past Trent Alexander-Arnold. Saka inside the box, slots it into the opposite corner and giving Mitch a lead again in this tie. Only 45 minutes left. Time slowly starting to run out for the defending champion.
Yeah, I mean, just a quick mention on those players involved. It seems like St. Maximin and Rashford are the 2 goal scorers normally, but Saka getting the nod and the start for Mitch Hayward.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Saka, Kante as well for Mitch. He's using him slightly more defensive. And also Bruno Fernandes pretty much up there as a striker as well for Mitch. So slightly unconventional approach in his player selection, which is certainly doing the business for him.
Well, no doubt, when you came into this tournament, you saw the full 20 players on both consoles. I think many people already alluded to the fact of Tom being one of the strong favourites. You look at the form that he's had this year outside of this competition. He's the highest ranked player within the UK on the PlayStation. He's second in the whole of Europe, if that doesn't tell you enough of the season that he has been having. And he's already got an ePremier League within the trophy cabinet, so
looking to double down.
At times it looked nervy from the run that he had in the tournament. He had a more cruise control game against Brighton of Albion in his Group A. That was a 7-3 win, but Michael Fisher of Leeds gave him a real tough game. That was back on Tuesday. Chance to come forward now.
It's been anything but plain sailing in the last couple of games for Spurs' player in #Tom. Does he have another remarkable comeback in his locker?
Well, every time he's been questioned in big match scenarios where there's all the pressure on him, he's always provided an answer. No doubt that this ePremier League victory for him back on FIFA 20 was that sort of pinnacle moment that he was building towards. Trying to win a tournament. The ePremier League was that for him. No doubt the toughest game he's up against now. Mitch Hayward, chance to make it 2! Bruno Fernandes got his legs in a twist, I think.
They're running into each other.
I think Saka denied him from actually having a clean shot at goal. I think Mitch Hayward knows it as well. Chance to come forward now for Tom. He's got options in the box. Watch the comeback. Chance. Into the box it will go. It's cleared long by Virgil van Dijk. But that chance.
The players just got in each other's way.
Tom. Brilliant touch around the corner. Slightly too heavy for Mahrez. Runs it out the pitch.
Mitch Hayward has been so sort of resolute in his approach. You see Tom super passionate in sort of showing his emotions. Mitch has been laser focused in. That's the first time we saw Mitch sort of break anything but that focused look.
Yeah, well, speaking of the man that's been playing his FIFA at Rise esports, put pen to paper for them for the FIFA 21 year. He's picked up an E-line spot. He does play for England as a FIFA esports pro. Him and Tom do. They're the only two players on the PlayStation. That's why this has been such a sought-after game that everybody's been so excited to watch. We're going to get a pause now. 26 minutes left in this one. I mean, what a story this should be for Mitch Hayward. This would fill him with so much confidence. But on the flip side of that, he's up against someone that is full of confidence. Look at that scoreline in the right-hand corner of your screen. Manchester City have not conceded a single goal in this semi-final. Shells oozing with confidence.
Incredible. Shells, again, a penalty shootout. He had to come through the tough sort of part of this tournament, beating Leicester. Speaking of confidence, Chelsea extending their lead. Marcus Rashford on the counter-attack. Serious about FIFA's dragon. Manchester United have to throw so many bodies forward, and Mohamed Salah at the back post goes up into the air. Rashford too strong and wins the header. 6-3 now he leads. Go back for Brighton Hove Albion. It would be a remarkable comeback if he was to turn that game around. Mark Marley.
That would be absolutely remarkable. That's 4-1 now. Chelsea lead by 3-0 against Manchester City. And I think Ollelito is just going about his business for Leeds. That looks to be Chelsea Leeds as an Xbox final. And at this moment in time will be Manchester City, Sheffield United on the PlayStation. Chance maybe to put this game to bed. Marcus Rashford. Lovely scoop turn. Surely it will be a goal for Mitch Hayward.
The rebound going in the favour of Mitch Hayward after 2 penalty misses. And that collision inside the box. Finally a little bit of breathing room.
You can understand that frustration from Tom, though, because the keeper dived the right way. I think he moved him the right way. And to be honest, I thought Mitch would have went to the opposite corner to try and squeeze that in. He doesn't, though. And that's a 2-goal cushion reinstated by Sheffield United. And their FIFA esports player on the PlayStation, Mitch Hayward. He's 20 minutes away, not just from a console final, but from a huge result. He would knock out the defending ePremier League champion.
Guaranteeing a new winner in the ePremier League as well. Takes Tom, and it would be a brand new name.
There's been many a time where he's had all the pressure in the world on his back. This is no doubt one of the biggest moments that he's had to be in. involved in this year on the FIFA scene. Has he got what it takes to pull this back? Min Song, brilliant save, Nick Pope.
What a save at the near post. Alakuketa, irresistible for Tom.
Final 15 now. Is it too much to ask of Spurs? Build it. Can't find a way around. So many Sheffield United shirts back there. Even Virgil van Dijk stood up from the corner. Arsenal do get another goal back, but still that's 3 goals with not much time left. Chance to put the game to bed. Mane, he's got Rashford in the box. A couple of players queuing up. If anything, we'll just look to see this time out, and I think that's sort of what's expected. There's no point wasting possession.
There's a lot of time left, though. He didn't have a pass really on inside the box, but I'm surprised he didn't try and recycle.
He's given the possession back to Tom. 10 minutes left in this one. Now, oh no! Virgil van Dijk just about getting away with that.
Has to go for Tom right now if he's got any chance of getting back in this game.
Final 9. Min Song. Can he find Bruno Fernandes? He can't find even Mahrez.
What a game this is quickly becoming.
There's been another goal in this game. That's 5-4. Arsenal 1 goal away from taking that into extra time. I mean, I thought that was dead and buried, to be honest. I thought Leeds were going to be on their way.
This is the chance.
Chance. He's got Mane in the box. He's got loads of options. Alan Saint-Maximin, get that ball into the box for Mitch Hayward. He doesn't want to, though. He wants to see the game out. He's trying to suck every second, every minute, but he gives possession back to Tom again.
4 minutes remaining for Tottenham Hotspur's man, for #Tom, to stay in the tournament.
Console final waiting in the wings. Brighton score again. I think it's just too much to ask at this point. There's only 17 minutes left. Drops the shoulder well, Marcus Rashford, and squeezes that one in for Mark Marley. But again, that's 4 goals to 2 in that one. I mean, a great chance was just missed by Tom there, but 2 goals, it's just mathematically impossible right now. He knew he had a job to do. He knew the stakes were high. But Sheffield United and their PlayStation 4 representative, Mitch Hayward, will knock out the defending and the current Premier League champion of Spurs United. Mitch Hayward books a spot in the console final.
I talked about Mitch for quite a long time. I said he's playing some of the best FIFA we've seen all tournament long. Tom hasn't played that great, by his own admission. For a lot of people, this is a surprise. It's sort of been on the cards. A penalty shootout, a last-minute winner for Tom. It's not been the Thomas Lees that we've seen earlier in the season. Maybe the squad restrictions hampering him a little bit. But Mitch Hayward, what a performance. What a player. And arguably, on this PS side right now, he is the man to beat.
I mean, what a story it is. You look at the difference in the two in the rankings. I mean, what? There's 151 spots between the two players in those Global Series rankings. I mean, that is how competitive not just FIFA is within England or the UK or in Europe, but just on this PlayStation. Look at some of the goals he scored.
And he missed 2 penalties. This could have been 5 or 6, in all honesty. He missed 2 penalties, Tom saved 2. This is very fortunate. Reece James, the ball rebounding straight back to Mitch inside the box. But a well-deserved victory for that man right there, representing Sheffield United, and what a performance for Mitch Hayward.
Yeah, the second time Sheffield United have been involved in the Premier League. Mitch Hayward has played for the Blades for both of those seasons. He was disappointed with his result last year, but it's safe to say there's a reason why he's in Elan, there's a reason why he's playing for England, and also there's a reason why he's in a console final, because he is absolutely remarkable. One thing you mentioned there, didn't get carried away with the game at times in that. Wasn't really showing any sort of emotional reaction because he knew it was going to be a long 2 legs.
And really, you've got to consider, where does that put him right now mentally? Every single time we spoke to Mitch, we spoke to him with E-Lions, whether it be in other tournaments, he said, Tom is my biggest rival. He is the one that I want to avoid. He's the player that I don't want to play. He's just beaten him. He's beaten his Goliath right now. There is nothing stopping Mitch Hayward from going all the way here in the Premier League.
We'll have to wait and see, Rich. We'll have to wait and see. We'll go, of course, from 8 down to the final 4 in the Premier League. I'm going to throw over to Nicole, who's catching up with some of those finalists.
Yes, what a game we just had there. And I am here with Mitch. Mitch, congratulations, you are through to the PlayStation Final. How are you feeling right now? Are you there? He's probably celebrating, isn't he? Mitch, have we got you there? I don't think so. Right, Joe, Carl, I think we're going to get Mitch on the line, but back to you for now.
No worries, no worries. I'm sure he'll join us in a minute, but we saw some absolutely stunning results then. First and foremost, Man City, your Man City must be buzzing.
Shells is just on fire right now. This man wants to go through, he wants to cement his name. Manchester City currently at the top of the Premier League. He wants a double. Imagine that, a Premier League and an ePremier League as well. But we have to talk about Mitch Haywood, all right? Yeah. He's busy celebrating. That's why we've not got him for that, because he's just knocked out the current ePremier League champion in #Tom. What a result that is.
What a result. And it could have been worse. It could have been 7, let's have it right. We had 2 missed penalties in that game from Mitch Haywood. And we can actually throw back to Nicole now, because I believe she might well have Tom on the line.
Tom, #Tom, are you there?
Yes, am I there?
Yeah, you're here. We've got you. Yeah. I think Mitch is off celebrating. But look, not your day today, but how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm dated. It's been a few finals this year where I've let myself down in the big games, and it's another one that sort of slipped past it. But fair play to Mitch. I want to say well played to him. I think he massively deserved the win. Obviously, I had 2 penalty saves as well. Good luck to Mitch. I hope he does well in the rest of the tournament. But yeah, right now I'm absolutely devastated.
What do you think went wrong for you today?
What went wrong for me? There's just something about me in semi-finals and finals right now that just isn't clicking. I think if that was 2 days ago, I probably would have played much better. I think it's very hard to come into a semi-final as your first game of the day. I'm really not used to that, and it's something that I've struggled to adjust to. So, yeah, the first game on, I'm always a slow starter, and today it showed. I didn't play well, and Mitch just came out and played unbelievably. So, fair play to him. He deserved it.
And obviously, you know Mitch very well. You were both E-Lions. Do you feel like he could go all the way now?
Yeah, 100%. It's anyone's game. I always say everyone on PlayStation's very, very good. There's a lot of talented players left. I don't know what the Mark and Shell's result was, but them two are great players as well. So I think it's really, if Mitch keeps playing the way he did against me, he can go all the way, and best of luck to him. I hope he does.
And have you enjoyed it, at least? I mean, look, you have kept us on the edge of our seats.
Yeah, you know what? It was a lot of fun the other day, the last-minute winners and the penalty shootout. Obviously, right now, it doesn't feel great, but I hope everyone enjoyed watching. Hopefully, the finals and the grand finals are even.
Well, thank you so much. You've given us a lot of entertainment, and hopefully you'll stick around and watch the rest of the competition. But thank you very much, Tom.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
And I think we now have Mitch on the line. Mitch, are you here? Did you do a runner? Were you all celebrating?
No, funnily enough, I actually have my earphones. One of them's broken. I had the wrong one in, so I thought no one was talking to me.
Oh, no.
No ideal.
Well, I mean, how are you feeling? What is going through your head right now? You must be absolutely buzzing.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I just want to say, you know, GG to Tom. He's an amazing player, and I'm sure he's going to do crazy things in the future and in playoffs this year. So just GG to him first of all. And yeah, I'm just absolutely over the moon. I mean, I think I played over both the games. You know, I gave it my all, and with the 2 penalty misses, I thought maybe it wasn't going to be my day, but yeah, luckily in the end, managed to get over the line really.
It's fair to say that #Tom was probably the favourite heading into this game. Were you quietly confident? Did you back yourself?
Yeah, I think it's pretty. Tom was his favourite in the tie, but yeah, I mean, of course, I have to back myself, otherwise there really is no point of turning up. I knew it was going to be tough, but I prepared for the game, and yeah, like I said, I think I played really well, and overall, I think I deserved to win. So.
You did indeed. And how are the nerves? How did you stay calm?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. When it comes to FIFA, I'm typically quite a calm player. I don't really get too pressurised in situations. So yeah, I think it's just part of how I am as a person, I guess. So yeah, I just proud of me.
And you said winning a title like the ePremier League is the ultimate goal. How would that feel?
No, just absolutely unbelievable. I mean, to be in this position right now is it's crazy. I didn't expect to be here, to be honest. But yeah, to be here now, the aim is absolutely to win it. I'm not here just to take part in the final. I want to win. So yeah, it'd be amazing, really.
Brilliant. Well, I'll let you go and prepare for that PlayStation final. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks very much, Nicole. That was, I mean, incredible from Mitch, wasn't it, Carl?
It was. As we said, he's knocked out the current EPL champion in #Tom. Can he go all the way? We will be finding out. There was plenty of other semi-finals that were happening at the same time as well. Let's have a look at some of those goals right now. Manchester United, Saf Dragon. It was currently 5-5 against Chelsea's Falcons. Diogo on aggregate in that second leg, but it was Diogo who kept on pushing and pushing, finding space, finding the back of the net as well, currently leading 6-5, and there he made it 7-5 right there. Plenty of goals, Joe. Now, when we're looking at this one, it was Manchester City Shells taking on Brighton Hove Albion's Mark Marley. Ignore that aggregate score right there. It is actually Man City Shells who went through. He was currently winning there 4-1. It got a little bit closer right there, but Shells did go through, and in that game, the current top of the FIFA Global Series on this side of it, Leeds Ollelito, he was 2 goals up against Arsenal's Healy, but Healy managed to pull it back. It was so close between these two. We thought Ollelito was going to absolutely steal the show, but it ended up 5-4 in total. It was much closer than we thought, which sets up our finals nicely right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We can have a look at the confirmed scores then and the bracket right now. So, as you can see, we're through to the finals stage. It's going to be Sheffield United taking on Manchester City after we saw Tom get knocked out in a huge shock on the PlayStation side of things. Then on the Xbox, Ollelito still firing and still progressing through to take on Diogo of Chelsea. All right then, cannot wait for those 2 games, but don't go anywhere, because coming up after this very short break, we're going to be bringing you all of the action from the finals on both the PlayStation and the Xbox side of things. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes.
Good result there.
That's the final whistle in North London. Harry Kane steps up yet again for Tottenham. Big points in the bag. What are your
Great game, Harry. Cheers, mate.
Such a clinical finish from a top-class striker.
That is Ninja Kid Shells looking to get us underway, dancing into the back of the net. Want to enjoy himself in the box, and oh my God, he is. Shells, stop it! Can he find the ball into Pele? Surely a chance for Shells to equalise, and he will.
Brings it on to De Bruyne. Lovely football. Lovely talent. Oh!
Brilliant feat from Wilfried Zaha. Mane does well, goes on his own and puts the game to bed. It could be a chance for impact, surely a goal! Bobby Firmino. Fernandez into R9, chance, R9 round the corner, goes on his own, will score a massive goal. Can he play Cantona? Cruyff, brilliant touch, brilliant goal.
cavalry is here. And that is a great finish. And Rashford, lovely back heel. What a finish that is.
Looking for options in the box. Chance for Josh. Oh, he's done it! Straight on the counter-attack. He's in. Lovely ball into the box! He's about to get his hands on it as Curtis Jones goes in, dinks it over the goalkeeper. There's Ryan Pessoa.
Like you'll ever get paid to play video games, they said. Now you're players, creators, fans, all in one huge and growing community. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Welcome back to the ePremier League finals live from London. I'm Joe Tomlinson, joining me Carl Walker. Carl, what start?
Oh, what a start indeed. All four of our semi-finals right there, providing lots of drama, lots of goals. It set up both of the finals. On the Xbox side of things, we've got Ollelito representing Leeds taking on Falcons Diogo for Chelsea. And on the PlayStation side of things, we've got Mitch Haywood representing Sheffield United and Shells representing Man City. Let's get over to Richard and Brandon. They're going to preview that final for us.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yeah, I mean, let's talk about this one, Richard. 20 players came into the Premier League on the PlayStation. Only 2 remain. As you said, I think everyone expected Tom to go the full way or at least to a console final. But no matters, less. We've still got Manchester City against Sheffield United, 2 very good English players. What's your thoughts on this one?
I mean, when you consider that both grand finalists from last year have just been eliminated in one fell swoop, both Mark Marley, who played for Bournemouth, he was the Xbox grand finalist, Tom for Watford on the PlayStation, both booted out of the competition. Guaranteed new winner, ePremier League 2021.
Yeah, as we said, the winner of this game will be in those playoffs in the European FIFA 21 Global Series rankings. That in itself is a money-can't-buy position. But, I mean, coming into this one, you've got 2 players, a very different season. Shells is full of confidence, and Mitch Haywood even more so.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to hopefully have a look at some of the goals and the moments that got us into this position with both Shells and Mitch Haywood. But I think for Shells, he's been in this position quite a few times when you regard his opportunities in previous FIFAs. Saw him on this stage right here, FIFA 19, lost to Maestro. Is he going to be able to deal with this pressure?
Yeah, that's the big question indeed. So for any further ado, I think we better throw up to Mark and Dan, who've got the coverage of this PlayStation final.
Wonderful stuff, gentlemen, and it is time to get into this game. I mean, Dan, it's been an amazing tournament so far. Today's got that special feel about it, though. It is finals day. All of these players now who have got to this stage are going to be feeling that pressure even more. But, I mean, talk about upsets. This side of the bracket's been unbelievable.
This is not what we would have expected, especially after what happened last year, and we had the 2 finalists knocked out after what Richard was just saying there. But what a fantastic PlayStation final we've got coming our way. We've got Shells, who has been that player that has always been there or thereabouts, right? But I feel like a title would really lift him to that next level of player. But Mitch, the form that he's in at the moment, this is going to be scary.
Unbelievable performance from Mitch in that last game as well, taking down last year's ePremier League champion in Tom and doing it in a pretty convincing fashion as well. Usually scraping out any kind of result against a player like #Tom is something to be talked about, but the way that he did it, he just seemed to control the game, which is usually what Tom does to his opponents.
And it could have been so many more as well. The penalties that were possibly there for him that he missed, maybe that's something he needs to work on going into this final against Shells. If he gets a penalty, needs to be putting them in better positions. They were kind of just slightly left or right of the keeper, needs needs to be right next to that post.
Yeah, and Shells knows all about penalties. The way that he got through yesterday to this position, he finds himself in, the penalty shootout yesterday is probably still in the back of his mind somewhere, but you can see that both players now just settling down and getting ready to get this final underway. This is the PlayStation final. All of these players battling out over, it's been weeks and weeks and months to get to this position now, Dan, but it's Sheffield United versus Manchester City. It is Mitch Hayward taking on Shells.
And of course, a chance to get closer to that prize money as well. £40,000 on the line in this tournament. And if you can get to that cross-console final, you get yourself a share of it. And this is the first stage now for either of these players to be able to taste that success, taste that prize money, and get closer to lifting that trophy.
And both of these players going to be absolutely riding high on confidence after their last two performances in the ePremier League. Shells, of course, who took down Mark Marley, finalist from last year. Well, as we already mentioned, Mitch Hayward taking down arguably tournament favourite in #Tom. So this is two players at the peak of their power here, and it's going to be Sheffield United initially on the attack, but it's going to be possession turned over now to Shells.
And I just wonder what the mentality is like for Mitch Hayward at the moment. He's been just taken down #Tom, arguably one of the favourites for this tournament, definitely the favourite on the PlayStation side. But does he now feel like he's reached that peak? Is this as good as it's going to get? Or does he still feel like he can go all the way now? Is he going to feel like he is untouchable after that victory? And Shells, he had a very comfortable game leading into this. He was scoring goal after goal. And of course, he taking down Mark Marley, previous finalist as well. Both players should be oozing confidence.
Or maybe the confidence is going to turn into an opening goal here for Shells as he finds that ball into Mo Salah. Trying to get it back onto that left foot. As we know, that is his stronger side. It's his Liverpool teammate in Virgil van Dijk on the other side for Sheffield United. Bit of a mouthful to get out. He takes that ball away from him. But 13 minutes into this game, no shots on target so far, and neither goalkeeper been tested.
Yeah, both players just kind of feeling each other out at the moment, trying to dominate possession, dictate the pace of the play, and just seeing if there's any openings. A slight mistake there with the player switch, and Shells taking full advantage of it. And mistakes are going to crop up every now and then when we are in these finals, when the nerves start to kick in for these players. It's about capitalising on those mistakes, though, taking full advantage of them.
The two legs of FIFA to decide who will be the #1 PlayStation player in the ePremier League, and they will move across to that cross-console final where we'll decide our overall champion. Shell's trying to force that ball inside, but at the moment, both players defending stoutly, and nobody taking any risk, but a mistake at the back here, and Rashford has been gifted a goal. Oh, it's the last thing you want to do if you're a Sheffield United fan and you're Mitch Hayward, is gift a goal to Manchester City.
Only moments ago I said you've got to capitalise on those mistakes, and Shells has done just that. The heel-to-heel to get round the keeper, quick thinking from him, and he's rewarded with a goal lead, and that is going to do absolute business for Shells in the way he's feeling. The confidence is going to be flowing through him. But on the other side for Mitch now, that is going to be absolutely detrimental for his mentality.
Yeah, absolutely heartbreaking for him. He would have wanted to make Shells work as hard as physically possible to get a shot at goal. And he just, as I said, it was gift wrapped. It was presented to him on a plate. And Shells said, thank you very much. And now Shells, you can see, starting to come forward with a little bit more gusto. And he's in on goal again, and he doubles his lead. And Shells is looking absolutely brilliant.
Forget just like London buses, just like Manchester buses at this point. And how many is Shells going to get? So much confidence going forward. He knows exactly which player he wants to target. And then when he's on the ball in those zones, absolutely clinical in front of goal. Mitch Hayward needs to just calm things down a little bit, slow it down, and not allow Shells to get out of control here.
The perfect start for Manchester City Shells. And one thing that I've noticed, we spoke to him quite a lot over the last few weeks and months or so, is a very much more relaxed personality to him. Isn't putting that pressure on himself, just wants to let his game do the talking. 2-0 up inside the first half an hour here. The perfect way to start, but a good answer back here might be for Sheffield United and Mitch Hayward to find their way through on goal, but just a few centimetres away. The player in the middle for making contact and halving that deficit.
Centimetres, millimetres, it was blooming close, and Shells knows it.
And now he's up the other end with Mo Salah. Ball roll away, goes for the directional nutmeg. Reece James has to be strong.
And those moments where you do come so close to scoring, that can be so difficult for your mental game, especially if your opponent goes up the other side and scores. So Good that Mitch was able to hold on and just shrug off Salah there, because if that was a third, I would have been saying that maybe we're already looking at one of our console finalists, but at 2-0, this game is still very much open. Lots of time left, of course.
Yeah, doing really, really well on this far side here. Mitch Haywood initially to create a little bit of space for himself. Went for that player lock, but just got caught dawdling on the ball a little bit. Shells recognising that player. Was just striding forward and not being controlled. And now, speaking of striding forward, Shells is making moves onto the 18-yard box of Sheffield United once more. City looking for a third here.
And if he is patient enough and he's able to pull out those defenders, those spots, they will present themselves to him. He's just waiting for a gap now. You can see Salah just on the ball, and he's hoping a defender comes out of position.
Here's Rashford trying to get into one of those 1v1 situations that all pro players love to find. Unfortunately, though, couldn't make the most of that situation, but just 5 minutes till half-time. And you have to say, if Sheffield United and Mitch Haywood can get one back here, then that's going to calm him down a little bit, just ahead of that second 45.
And that's what he needs. He just needs one goal, just to say, OK, I can score against Shells. It's not going to be impossible. He's playing good FIFA at the moment. He's got all of the mechanics there. We saw what he was able to achieve against #Tom of Tottenham. Just needs to put it all together once again here in this PlayStation final.
Well, maybe this is the opportunity. There's a directional nutmeg, and there is the pace and the strength of Reece James to stop the player flying through on goal and having the opportunity to find that goal to pull back this scoreline. But Shell's the man on your screen, 2-1 up at half-time here.
And it was all started by a mistake from Mitch as well. And Shell's taking full advantage of it, which quite rightly he should, but you will see in some of those situations, some players may have shot a little bit too soon. As we can look back at the highlights and this first goal. A lot of players would have just hit it with Rashford across goal there, but Shells, he took his time, he was very calm and went round the keeper.
Yeah, it's such a unnecessary risk, though, that pass from Mitch Haywood. I don't know if it was aimed the wrong way or, you know, if it just one of those things where he thought he had more time, or Shells just closed down that space quicker than he expected. But it's the last thing you want to happen in any point of the game. But when it's a final and when it's the first thing in the game that happens to create a chance, it hits you even harder.
And it does happen, though, in finals. It happens when you get nervous because you're overthinking sometimes about where you want to put that ball. And he just wasn't able to actually get it into a safe space. Just get rid. OK, your opponent is going to have possession, but at least you're not going to find yourself in a position like that.
So second half underway as we rejoin this game live. Another leg to go, of course, after this one. Plenty of FIFA action still to come to decide who will be moving towards our grand final. Shell's doing well to defend. There was a little bit of space there on that near side. For Mitch Haywood for just a few moments there. Shells did well to get back and defend. And the one thing that I've loved about Shells, he takes his time in midfield, but as soon as he gets it into that front two in the 4-4-2, all of a sudden the pace just gets upped and has this explosive nature about him.
He injects that pace just to try and be a little bit unpredictable, to try and make his opponent get a little bit scared with their defending, so they player switch incorrectly, and then he wants to take advantage of that mistake, so he can then pounce on that opportunity. For Mitch Haywood, as long as he can keep this at just a 2-goal deficit going into the second leg, I don't think he's got anything to worry about. Defensively, he's looked okay. Yes, okay, there has been that one major mistake, and he did then kind of let Shells through, which may have just been off the back of that mistake, where he was still just overthinking things. Just one goal could really change things for him.
Maybe there's going to be an opportunity now. Rashford tries to feed the ball into the late run of Bruno Fernandes. Nick Pope quickly off his line, though, to collect that ball, and now Shells on just a few minutes before the hour mark. Another risky pass from the back, almost a little bit of deja vu kicking in there.
Yeah, but he knew exactly where he wanted to go. When team press is activated, when the pressure is being applied by your opponent, you're always at risk when you play the ball out from the back. But of course, it is a safer way to do so in terms of keeping possession. And we know that players of this caliber, if you do give away possession, you're potentially giving your opponent a chance at goal.
Shells just twisting and turning here with Bruno Fernandes, waiting for a player to either show for that pass, to go out wide like he has now to Saka. Kante steps in, but it will still be possession here to Manchester City on the far side. And the attack, the second wave, now very much in flow. Here's Mo Salah, tries to squeeze that ball, the little reverse ball through to Marcus Rashford, but Mitch Haywood in this second half defended very well.
And we were speaking on the analysis board a little bit earlier about the importance of weak foot and about trying to make your opponent kind of second-guess themselves. When you've got Salah up front, I mean, he's very much a left footer, and you want to be showing him onto that left foot. I've seen him miss time and time again on the right. And I wonder whether that's going to come into play here for Shells. He's already been able to tuck one away with a finesse on Salah's left foot. But will he be brave enough to try and shift it onto the right, just to try and play that double bluff?
At the moment, possession being heavily controlled by Shells. And as I say that, finally, Sheffield United, Mitch Hayward steps in. But as I say that, cursing both players at the moment. Oh, neither player wants to hold the ball for more than 5-10 seconds, it feels, into the tactics screen now. This is the point of view of Shells, so we'll be able to see what kind of changes he's looking to make. But on the other side of things, you know, Mitch Hayward 2-0 down. I know he's still got another 90 minutes of in-game FIFA to go after this leg, but I mean, it feels to me like he's being outplayed on the pitch at the moment. He needs to up the pressure or maybe put some more bodies in midfield.
Shells has just got his number at the moment. Hayward hasn't been able to be as creative as we saw him in that semi-final. He's not been able to get those through balls and find any success. And if Shells keeps playing this way and keeps defending the way he has done, I'm struggling to see where Mitch is going to get a goal. So we need to see something a little bit different from Mitch. Maybe a change in formation, maybe a couple of new players. You could see on Shell's bench there was a lot of 5-star skillers that were available for him, and also Son with that 5-star weak foot, which is going to be very important in the latter stages of the game. And now is the perfect time to bring on some fresh legs, because some of those defenders are going to be getting a little bit tired. They're going to be a little bit fatigued at the back. So some of those pacey strikers, like St. Maximin, for example, could really make a difference.
Now, one standout statistic for me that I just managed to catch in the corner of my eye. Sheffield United, no shots on target. So the goalkeeper hasn't been troubled at the moment for Manchester City and Shells. And obviously, Mitch Hayward wants to get back into this game. He's going to have to at least test the abilities of the goalkeeper, force him to make a save, or from his point of view, pick that ball out of the back of the net. But back underway here, 20 minutes to go. Although it's been 2-0 for the majority of this game, Sheffield United fans and Mitch Hayward supporters will know one goal and all of a sudden everything changes.
But if that goal goes in the other direction and it's suddenly a 3-0 lead to Manchester City, things get very difficult for Sheffield United. And I'm sure Shells would love to find a third, and maybe this could be the time for it. I think Rashford's offside, so Hayward can breathe. 17 minutes left in this first leg. I think the fact there is a second leg, there is another 90 minutes, will mean that Mitch won't be panicking just yet.
No, he won't be panicking just yet, but Shells might be feeling a little bit nervy now as St. Maximin has got the ball on the wing. Jones now, out wide to Bukayo Saka. Little bit of pressure here towards the end of the game inside this last 15 minutes for Sheffield United. Fernandes invites Adama Traore forward. Well defended here by Shells, though finally breaks through that midfield line. St. Maximin inside now, space here for Rashford, and there is the goal for Sheffield United. And the entire feel of this final has now changed.
I don't know if that was just a lapse of concentration for Shells, but he was tracking all the runs very well, using the offside trap successfully, really managing that back four, but he just left so much space in the middle of the box for Rashford there. And Mitch Hayward, I mean, he was never going to miss. Quite confidently just striking it with Rashford's right foot. And suddenly he's back in this game.
Suddenly Saka's bursting away at the other end though, and even though it's a 2-goal advantage cut down to 1, Shells is looking to restore it to a 2-goal advantage once more. Inside the last few minutes of this game as well. Going to recycle the ball this time, try and create a clearer attacking opportunity. Here's Mo Salah on that left foot, chance to strike it, maybe just gone a little bit wide here, Shells, and that's given Sheffield United a chance to get back in.
And I feel like some players would have just struck it there on Salah's stronger foot, tested the goalkeeper, maybe it could have snuck through. Shells wanted to up those percentage chances, but he just overran it. And that really was an opportunity for a third goal. I wonder whether it's going to come back to bite him.
5 minutes left in this game, and Mitch Hayward has the ball at his feet. So Sheffield United, even though you have to say, against the run of play, might be able to create something here and find an equaliser, but Shells steps in at just the right moment there. Perfect timing on the tackle. And now he will be controlling possession towards the end of this game.
He'll want to hold on and just have the last attack of the game here, but if a space presents itself, he's going to take it here.
Saka gives the ball away to Jones, though, and a little lapse in concentration now from Manchester City Shells.
And that will allow a counter-attack possibility and the last attack to go towards Mitch Haywood. And how many last-minute goals do we see? Whether it be the 45th minute, whether it be the 90th minute, Shells knows he needs to stay switched on, but ball's got to go forward here.
He does go forward. And he's going to be in behind momentarily here. Saka versus Traore. Sheffield United desperate to go in. Oh, tied up! And oh, and it hits the post! The last kick of the first leg. The difference between this game being 2-2 and 2-1. The width of the goalpost.
A sigh of relief from Shells and just a shake of the head from Mitch. He knows how close he was to that equaliser. Pope was beaten and the post saves Man City. Only 2 shots apiece on both sides, even though Mitch wasn't able to get a shot in that first half. He came right back into it in the second half, and Shells just wasn't able to apply the same kind of pressure. Maybe he dropped back a little bit too much. He tried to defend that 2-0 lead and wanted to have a 2-0 advantage going into the second leg. But now he only has the goal advantage, but quite lucky, I feel, after that last chance.
So lucky. It was on the stronger side of Rashford as well. If that's on his left foot, I'd still say 8 out of 10 times that should hit the back of the net. He had the angle. You felt it had everything going its way. And maybe that should have found the back of the net. But this mistake, I mean, you've got to give a huge amount of credit to Mitch Haywood for the way that he came back into this game.
Yeah, I wonder how different this game would have been if he hadn't have made that early mistake. I'm still certain that the second goal Shells scored was still off the back of Haywood thinking about that first mistake and the fact he allowed Shells to take a goal lead. But he got himself back into things with this goal from Marcus Rashford. And you could see what it meant to him there. Just kind of a deep sigh and just breathing calmly, but this was this last chance, Mark.
I mean, this moment is huge. He does so well with Bukayo Saka as well, just to tease Adama Traore. There's the heel-to-heel, and there's what should have been the finish, in my opinion, to tie this one up at 2-2. And I tell you what, I think that Manchester City Shells felt the same way from his reaction there.
Sometimes you know it's your day, and I feel like Shells now is saying, okay, that's my one. He's got his one and needs to make sure he doesn't offer any opportunities like that again to Mitch, because it's not going to happen time and time again. The post cannot continuously save you.
Well, the post did save him there. I want to see the reaction of Joe and Carl on that one, because it could have been 2-2, but at the end, it's 2-1.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to say, Carl, as the Manchester City fan in the room, nervous, you're shaking.
Definitely. That final minute, I said he's going to score. He's going to score the post-save Manchester City Shells right there. Let's have a look at the bracket right now. Yes, we can see how things currently look just here. Manchester City 2, Sheffield United 1 in that PlayStation final first leg. The winner of this will face the winner on the Xbox side of things. Joe, it's hotting up, let's say, right now.
Yeah, absolutely, it's hotting up. And I think that was much closer than people will give it credit for, potentially, because, of course, Mitch had an absolute stinker giving away that first goal.
He did, indeed. There was a few mistakes right there, but hopefully they won't be in that second leg. Can Mitch Haywood bring it back? It's Manchester City against Sheffield United. Second leg coming up after this break.
As the ball goes out of play, it looks like on the sidelines Marcus Rashford is getting ready to be their first change today. Just getting his final checks from the physio by the looks of it.
And he'll be looking to make an impact from the bench, most definitely.
Who do you think is the fastest player in the club according to FIFA 21, Ox?
It's got to be Sadio.
Well, it is Sadio, 94 pace. Is there anyone else you'd have up there alongside him, Robbo?
Joe Gomez.
FIFA have got down the second fastest in the club as Mo Salah.
Oh, shock.
Yeah, well, of course
surprise,
it's just to keep his fans happy. That's all that is.
Hector, can you tell us about an Instagram post that you posted during Pride, I think last year? Yeah, tell us about the post and why you decided to do it, why you thought it was important.
Well, I think there was someone in the Pride Parade that I was wearing an Arsenal shirt with my name at the back, and I thought it was really cool. You know, I'm not afraid to help in any way I can, and I thought that was something good to do. And you know, I love when someone wears my shirt and they wear it proudly. And of course, I was really happy to repost it.
To have someone who is a player for our club, part of our family, putting themselves out there saying, I support you, I support your group, who you are a valid part of our family and the Arsenal community, really spoke volumes. It's not something many professional footballers, I think, have or necessarily would do. And using your platform, Hector, is just something that shows how much of an ally you are to us, and it means a lot to us to know that we have the support of players on the pitch as well as other people in the stand.
Like you'll ever get paid to play video games, they said. Now you're players, creators, fans, all in one huge and growing community. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you. Whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Hello and welcome back to the ePremier League. My name's Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Joe Tomlinson. And Joe, I think it's safe to say things are getting tense right here.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, let's waste no more time, really. Should we just get straight into this second leg? It's Manchester City versus Sheffield United. Mark and Dan, over to you.
I think it's a great idea, Joe. Let's get straight into it. I mean, we've got the second leg to come, the second 90 minutes of this PlayStation final. And the score currently 2-1 to Manchester City, but a late rally in that second half by Sheffield United and Mitch Hayward. He's got to be feeling a little bit more confident at the end of that game than he was halfway through it.
He's feeling more confident, but also probably a little bit of frustration starting to seep in. He did hit the post right at the death of that first leg. He missed a couple of penalties in the semi-finals. He's probably thinking the game's against him right now, but maybe Lady Luck's going to change in this second leg, and perhaps he might be able to find the target and not find the woodwork. Of course, a current E-Lion is Mitch, and this is a chance for him to get to the cross-console final, and maybe he could be an ePremier League champion for Sheffield United.
Well, you can see the players are loading into the game now, and just to remind you, on the other side, it's going to be Ollelito versus Diogo on the Xbox final, so the winner of that game will take on one of these two players you can see in front of you for the opportunity to call themselves the ePremier League champion. 90 minutes left, Dan. I love the fact that it's one of those games we're not tied up. One player already, right at the start from the kickoff, has got to chase the game.
Have to just attack, I feel. They've managed to feel each other out now in this game. They know how they're going to play. They know how they approach the game. They know the formation that they're going to be going up against. You need to now find the weaknesses of your opponent. How can you expose them? Is it going to be those long through balls from the back? Is it going to be a case of just trying to get onto the edge, maybe just hitting one a little bit early to catch them off guard? All these difficult and different things you have to consider going into a game.
Almost a fantastic application of pressure in midfield there from Mitch Hayward to win the ball back. Unfortunately for him, De Bruyne kind of got caught up in the aftermath of the tackle. Couldn't get to his feet and look for a pass forward, but promising signs. He has to force the pace in this game. Has to be the player to be the aggressor, to try and create those chances to at least tie this game up. A lot of pressure on his shoulders right now.
Yeah, and I thought maybe he was going to give the ball away again from his defence, but Reece James found the correct pass. There's a big run that went through the middle there, but Mitch just opting to hold the ball for now, not taking too many risks just yet. Maybe later on in the game he might have to try and attempt one of those through balls.
Kante going to play the ball wide to Rashford. Just looking for one of those 1v1 situations in the box. Here is Bruno Fernandes. Just for a second, it was a 1v1. Defenders got back into position, though, and Bruno Fernandes will step in to intercept that pass. And when you're in these kind of games with these kind of stakes, every time you intercept and you get the ball at your feet, it's just a huge sigh of relief.
And notice how when Chelsea's defending, he utilises Virgil van Dijk when it is those 1v1 scenarios because he knows the power, the strength, and how difficult it is to get past VVD. But then if he's trying to track runs, he uses someone else.
Oh, there's space in the middle here, and the flag will stay down on that far side. Rashford, no mistake this time, and the perfect start for Sheffield United in this game. We're tied up on 2-2 on aggregate now, and the mistakes and the nightmares of hitting the post at the end of that first leg have now disappeared.
Oh, just as I was saying that Shells uses different players to track runs, he brings Reece James slightly out of position, and Mitch Haywood takes full advantage of that. The through ball perfect, the finish was just icing on the cake. And now we're all square here, and after a dominant early performance in the first leg, Shells needs to come back again.
Oh, and Shells is looking to come back again. What a touch that is from Virgil van Dijk. Marcus Rashford was away from his man for just a second. And as he lifted his leg to strike that ball towards goal, Van Dijk made a last-ditch attempt on the ball and won it, but now Shells is looking to do so again, and at the moment, Van Dijk 2, Rashford 0.
It's just the physical attributes that Van Dijk offers. Maybe another defender would have allowed Rashford to get past and get that shot away. Maybe a different striker might have been able to just budge past Virgil van Dijk. But of course, in this tournament, you can only use Premier League foot items.
Well, there was a run outside of Kevin De Bruyne, not going to be used. Cricketta cancels here from Mitch Haywood, who is looking so much more confident, takes the shot, looks for that finesse towards the far side. And I tell you what, Dan, even though this game is tied up at 2-2, it's so open in this first 23 minutes.
Well, it's just suddenly exploded, hasn't it? And it's all down to Mitch Haywood just going gung-ho, really. Saying, I'm not going to allow you to dictate the pace of play here, Shells. I'm going to get back into this game and show you what I'm made of.
Well, it's going to be Salah through on goal. Oh, a huge save this time. Coming in from Nick Pope. And Shells did so well to create that chance, to time the ball through to Salah. And on his left side, usually expect the Egyptian to put that one away, but Nick Pope equal to the task.
Again, we're seeing the weakness of some of these strikers in the Premier League. Salah not able to tuck that one away.
St. Maximin now inside to Rashford. Inside. Oh, it has to be, and it is! What a turnaround in this game! When we kicked off, Sheffield United trailing 2-1. And now, around half an hour into this game, they have the lead 3-2.
And Shells could have taken the lead with Salah. He was through on goal. I would have seen it go in maybe 8 times out of 10. But then Mitch Haywood, he didn't allow his head to drop. He picked the ball up. He sent it straight down that left wing. He took full advantage of Shells maybe being a little bit bamboozled. And now he has the lead here, and how is Shells going to react?
Wonderful stuff from the Sheffield United man. The composure, the focus, everything you need to be a top-level FIFA professional player. And all of it on display in this first 30 minutes. Shells shocked at the moment.
I don't think many people would have been expecting Mitch Haywood to be the PlayStation champion here in the ePremier League, but he's not far off doing that. Even though Shells has a little bit of time to get back into this game, it's Mitch Haywood who's in the ascendancy. He's the one who looks comfortable. He's the one who looks clinical. As long as the post doesn't stop him, the goals seem to be coming.
And now controlling the pace of the game as well. Possession in Sheffield United's favour. A dream start to this second leg. And you mentioned before the game got underway, Mitch Haywood is maybe right at the death of that first leg, thinking, oh, the game's against me, this isn't my day. Well, what a turnaround.
Well, one thing that helps Mitch Haywood and Sheffield United is history is in the favour. Watford, of course, ePremier League champions last season. And Sheffield United not exactly having the best of seasons in the real Premier League. And I wonder whether Sheffield United could be the ePremier League champion. Still a little way to go yet, but certainly the thought process will be there for Mitch Haywood with how he's playing right now.
And Shells is putting so much pressure on the ball at the moment, desperate to win it back, and finally does so. So Manchester City will have the final attack here. before half-time in this second leg. But look at Marcus Rashford fighting for the badge, back from a striker position to help out, pinch that ball off of Kevin De Bruyne.
Yeah, maybe Shells just thought that Mitch Hayward would be focusing on defence, but instead he brings back Rashford, he wins the ball, and now it's his last attack here.
Half-time then. Sheffield United fans with a massive smile on their faces because Mitch Hayward has turned this game on its head. As we said, 2-1 coming into this game in the favour of Manchester City and Shells, but now the lead with Sheffield United.
And we've seen a lot of comebacks throughout this tournament, and Mitch Hayward has displayed another one here. We can look at the highlights from this second leg, and it was just so much free space for Rashford. And in the previous game where Shells didn't hit an opportunity like that with Salah, well, that shows what happens when you do just take the shot, and this was the miss from Salah. And then right up the other end, Mitch Hayward is able to take the lead.
We call this one the misery compiler. When you have a massive chance that doesn't go your way, and then straight up the other end, your opponent is able to put it in the back of the net. It really does hurt even more, but great composure. Again, you have to say from Mitch Hayward to create that opportunity with Rashford, to lay it across to Bruno Fernandes, not letting his head spin off his shoulders, keeping his calm about him and creating the chance.
Yeah, especially considering he was 2-0 down in that first leg. The fact he has stayed composed, he has stayed calm, he got back into the game. But I'm wondering, can Shells do the same thing? Is Shells going to lose his head a little bit here after throwing away this lead? We know Shells has the capability to suddenly turn a switch and become one of the best players around. But is he going to be able to do it today, or is Mitch Hayward going to continue this fine form? He's already knocked out the current ePremier League champion in #Tom, who is representing Tottenham. And I wonder whether the story begins there, or if Shells can make a story of his own.
Second half of the second leg underway. One goal between the two teams, between the two players. And every chance that comes now is going to be at a premium. 50 minutes on the clock. Mitch Hayward, who came out of the gates absolutely flying in that first half. Really, I think he caught Shells off guard a little bit with the amount of pressure he was putting onto him.
I think we're going to learn a lot from Mitch Hayward in this next set of passage of play. How much is he going to keep the ball? Is he going to start to, you know, think about that clock already, or is he going to look for another goal? Is he one of those attacking players, or is he just going to try and defend this lead? Maybe Shells was a little bit guilty of defending his 2-0 lead. And perhaps Mitch Hayward would like to have a two-goal cushion of his own.
Sheffield United just picking up possession here from the throw-in. The touch will be called for offside. And now Shells has a chance just to get the ball at his feet, just to settle things down a little bit. But he needs to be a little bit more creative with the possession that he has had. That chance for Salah, still going to be in the back of his mind, but he needs to get rid of it as soon as possible, as Mo Salah now going to use his strength to hold on to the ball, tries to feed it through to the running player. Couldn't connect the dots though. And now straight up the other end, you've got Saint-Maximin once again bursting through.
Has a real chance here, does Saint-Maximin, but you've got to beat that fullback first. Has to go back, decides to recycle. And he just looks for another opening, does Mitch Hayward. Very experienced play.
Here's Rashford, first time fake shot. Traore and a combination of Virgil van Dijk will win the ball back here for Shells, and you can already see a pause being cued as well. It's an indication that one of these players wants to make a change tactically, whether it's fresh legs, whether it's Shells going for those attacking options, Dan. You can see that they think the time is now. Rashford, heel to heel here from Shells, looking for that goal to tie this game up. Salah now into Mane, tries to return it to him, but a little bit too obvious.
If I'm completely honest, I think I'd rather Son up top instead of Salah. I know there was that chance, and it's easy for me to say that in hindsight. Saint-Maximin doesn't manage to reach that ball. But Son, with that five-star weak foot, I just feel is so important as a striker, especially in these ePremier League restrictions.
Saka's through here on the overlap. Unfortunately, just went a little bit too early and was caught offside, but now the changes will come in. And the great thing is here, we get the opportunity to look at it from Shells' point of view. Who's he going to be bringing on the pitch? What custom tactics are going to be adjusted? How is he planning to get back into this game?
He's just looking at the fatigue of the players. You can see that green bar underneath the T-shirts. That's how much stamina is left. And those who have been depleted slightly maybe are going to be exiting off the pitch. But you can see there's a lot of changes going on right now. Not entirely sure of who he wants to play up front, who's going to be able to put those chances away. He thought about putting Saka up top. Now he's got Mahrez up top instead. And then he can dive deeper into those custom tactics. At some point, he is going to have to apply constant pressure and just get in the face of Mitch Hayward, try and win that ball back. You can see the defensive style of constant pressure is there and available for him with a very high depth. But I think he went for press after possession loss instead, because there is still a decent amount of time left. You don't want to deplete that stamina too much just yet. At 3-2, it is definitely Shells who needs to be making those changes.
And will it be the introduction of Riyad Mahrez, the Manchester City player? He can come up with some magic for Manchester City in the ePremier League. Yesterday it was Kevin De Bruyne from the spot in that tension-filled penalty shootout that got the job done. Maybe it's the time of Mahrez now, but for now it's Rashford on the far side. Shells and City. Time at a premium now. Every single time they go forward, Dan, it has to result in a chance created.
I mean, at this point, you know that any attack could be your last attack, depending on how well Mitch Hayward is able to hold on to the ball. He could just time waste, and that's a great interception from Saint-Maximin. Counter-attack is there if he wants to take it. Nice little player switch. And he can hold on to the ball on this left-hand side for a short while, but it looks like he wants to attack, Mark.
And he's going forward here. There's the player lock once more. Fed inside now. Saka tries to drive it across, and important there from Van Dijk that he kept that ball in play as well. If that goes out for a corner, Dan, that's just more time off the clock.
And some players would hold on to the ball, even with 15 minutes left. Some people are quite confident in playing that ball around, keeping it away from their opponents. But I wonder whether maybe Mitch Hayward isn't that type of player. If you try and play that style, if you try and keep possession, you are a little bit vulnerable. You can make those mistakes if you're not used to doing it. And now that throw-in is going in favour of Sheffield United, so a chance again to go into those tactics for Shells. And it looks like it's probably going to be throwing everything in the kitchen sink forward. 3 at the back, get as many men upfield and try and find this equaliser.
Yeah, it's going to be everything thrown forward now. The 3-4-1-2, pretty much the most aggressive formation that you can have in the game. A lot of people like the narrow with the fullbacks flying forward as well. And this is the Hail Mary here for Manchester City. This is it for Shells, the last roll of the dice, whatever you want to call it. First of all, he's got to create that chance, though, and it just seems like, surprisingly, for me, for Shells, a little bit devoid of creativity when he gets towards that final third.
He has, but I wonder whether that's just down to how Mitch Hayward has been playing in this second leg. He has very much tracked everything that Shells has been able to do. He's defended very successfully. He's been jockeying brilliantly with those who are in the CDM role. And the difficulty for Shells now is he has to make substitutions to, of course, try and get back into the game, but then he needs to think about what happens after that. If he does find the equaliser, he needs to be able to have players who can then revert back to that 4-4-2. I think I saw Cancelo coming onto the pitch.
Salah manages to keep that one in play, and all of a sudden from the restart, Shells looking dangerous. Riyad Mahrez, De Bruyne, the Sea Boys linking up here. Saka tries to get that ball across, but it's Odegaard who's just been brought on the pitch, who managed to get an interception. A block is going to turn possession over to Shells here. Players are flying forward. Oh no! Oh, Mo Salah has fluffed his lines.
Get him off. Put Son on the pitch. Get someone with a 5-star weak foot. Salah's right foot is just not good enough at this level. And Shells with an incredible opportunity to get back into the game. He could be punished here, but Van Dijk has to work hard, and he does. Oh!
What a moment that was in this game, and now Sheffield United looking for, once again, the misery compiler. Rashford with a chance to strike, cannot get past Van Dijk. And now with around 6 minutes left in this game, Manchester City have to flow forward and have to find a goal.
And he's got so much room with Alexander-Arnold here, but it's about where he goes from here. Needs support. There's just Sheffield United players around him. No blue shirts to work with. Possession back for Mitch Hayward, and just 4 minutes left, and he will be the PlayStation champion.
Van Dijk wins it back for City, though. And now it's last chance saloon. Shells needs to create, and most importantly, needs to finish. De Bruyne. Mitch Hayward holding on for dear life. Plays the ball through. Oh, and Shells has found a goal! Last minute drama in our final. Bruno Fernandes bursting from deep, beating the goalkeeper.
And the ePremier League comes to life again.
What a ball it was from Shells. He watched, he waited, and executed absolutely perfectly. Fernandez came steaming through the middle, and it had to be a precise and perfect through ball. Perfectly weighted from Shells. And my, it means we're probably going to extra time here in this PlayStation final. Mitch Hayward can't believe his eyes.
I mean, for Shells, I kind of feel he deserves that goal. As crazy as it is, you look back on that opportunity that Mo Salah had just moments before where he looked like he forgot how to run, let alone finish. And the opportunity it was created. And then for Bruno Fernandes in this moment to come up with the goods. Watch this run from deep down.
Bruno Fernandes makes this run. Just look how he holds it up with Saka. And that has to be absolutely perfect. You have to make sure you press that button down the right amount of pressure. Otherwise, it's going to overhit or underhit. Shells manages to get it through. 90th minute goal. There might be 1 minute of added on time, maybe 2 minutes of added on time. Mitch Hayward does have kickoff here. Maybe one last chance before we think about extra time.
Both players here have to switch on for very different reasons. Shells has to defend, having worked so hard to create that opportunity to tie this game up. Does not want to let it slip away, and Mo Salah is going to win the ball back here. And with just a few seconds left on the clock, having found a last gasp equaliser, it might be Shells here who strikes from distance and finds a winner, but again it's Mo Salah who can't find the finishing touch, and it gives us an opportunity to finally catch our breath.
I mean, I would have eaten all my words if Salah had just banged that one in from outside the box to get a late winner, but we're into extra time. I feel like this final deserves extra time with how both players have played. The early stages of the first leg, Shells was dominant. He looked absolutely fantastic, but then the way Mitch Hayward came back into the game throughout the first and second leg. But then it was how Shells just adjusted, changes those formations. He knew what he needed to do. He got a little bit more aggressive. He did have two clear-cut opportunities with Salah that were completely fluffed, in my opinion. But then finally, Bruno Fernandes is the man that comes up clutch. And it will be us going into extra time. And it looks like Shells has shifted over to 5 at the back. He was playing 4 at the back throughout the majority of those legs, except when he shifted to 3 at the back. And I wonder whether that's to counteract what Mitch Hayward has been playing.
Yeah, it's been a real tactical game on and off the pitch here for both of these players. I mean, just that moment, it always stays with you as a player, whether you're on the scoring end of it or if you're the player, unfortunately, who's had to be on the receiving end of a last-minute goal. It really does impact you if you've got a few more moments to play. I think the good thing here for both players is we've had this moment of time before we get into extra time for both of them just to calm their nerves down a little bit, calm the emotion, the adrenaline down, and get back to doing what they do best.
Well, extra time then. Man City versus Sheffield United. 30 minutes to see if we can find a winner. Otherwise, it will have to go to the spot. Shells has already won 1 penalty shootout already this tournament, but I'm sure he doesn't fancy going there again.
Sure, Mitch Hayward doesn't either with the 2 penalties he missed against Tom in the previous round. But at the moment, he's got to worry about the ball being played across as Pope will collect it. A poor ball across, to be fair, from Shells there in that situation. And now just a moment for both players to get a hold of the ball, get back into the flow of the game.
It's a chance now really to just maybe calm things down for Mitch Hayward. Have the majority of possession in this first half of extra time. Try and forget about what's just happened and try and focus on what you can do to try and win this game.
Saka's going to go back inside here to N'Golo Kante. Wasn't run through the middle. It's going to be found from Sadio Mane. The tensions of the defender manages to shrug off. Fernandes. Marcus Rashford with the directional nutmeg, but a combination of defender and Virgil van Dijk will turn possession back over to Shells. Now, if you're Mitch Hayward in this position, Dan, having just conceded that goal, every time Shells gets it now, you're going to be panicking a little bit. Bukayo Saka, Salah into Saka, James with the tackle. Mahrez comes back to pick up the pieces, wasn't from an offside position as well. And the pressure just continue here. Salah through on goal. Salah! And finally Mo Salah does what he's in the team for.
I mean, I've been doubting Salah throughout this entire game, but when it comes down to it, when you strike it hard on that left foot, he manages to put it away and he puts Shells in the lead right at the dying moments of the first half of this extra time. And Mitch Hayward looks rattled. You're completely right. Whenever Shells is going forward, you can see the nerves in Mitch Hayward's defence now. But he has to respond.
Last attack before half-time in extra time. Wonderful close dribbling here from Sheffield United. And Mitch Hayward cannot afford to go backwards, though. And Mo Salah, the goal scorer, the hero of the last few minutes, defends with everything he has and puts the ball out of play. But what a PlayStation final this has been. And we still have one half of extra time to go.
And then Shells needs to go back into the tactics screen again to change things for a third time. This reason is entirely different. Now he wants everyone behind the ball. He's going to be the one cramping up the box with all those players. And we can have a look at this goal mark. I mean, there was a lot of Sheffield United players there, but once Salah was in that much space, look at this run.
Yeah, he just saw the run, and then this time, Mo Salah on that left foot finds the top corner. And Shells starting to believe once more. And that's been the difference, right? Shells talked a lot about how he's worked on his mental game. If he falls behind, it doesn't mean anything anymore. Because he knows, he feels he's the better player in every game he goes into.
And there would have been so much going through Shells' mind with that opportunity, especially the fact it was Salah. And Salah has missed a couple of chances. The keeper was moved. There was actually a lot of space opened up on the near post, but he still went far post. And for some reason, Nick Pope just couldn't get to it. Shells is going to be more than happy with that. But Mitch Hayward, you've got 15 minutes to get yourself back into this PlayStation final.
But he has the ball from kickoff. And that means possession. And that means the opportunity to go forward and be creative. We've already seen what Shells managed to do at the death for Manchester City. It's been a wonderful run in this tournament, the ePremier League, for Mitch Hayward so far. Is there another twist in the tail, though?
Well, that throw-in going towards Man City is massive for Shells. And I was speaking about players who are comfortable about holding on to the ball. Shells is very good at doing it.
Offside flag will go up as Mitch Hayward takes a risk with the offside trap, as he needs to do. 10 in-game minutes now until the referee will bring this one to a close. Overlapping run here from Trent Alexander-Arnold. Whips it in, touch from Pope. Will take the ball away, and De Bruyne, the calmest man on the pitch, with a wonderful touchdown to the feet.
And Mitch Hayward, he has to offer up a little bit of space for Shells. He needs to present a reason for Shells to go forward so that he can win the ball back.
But it's going to be Bruno Fernandes now. A chance to win it here. But instead, experience on the side of Shells. He knows if he has the ball, he has a spot in our cross-console final.
And he's going to just keep the ball here with Cancelo. Utilise that R1 button to bring players a little bit closer. Sends a through ball, though.
Oh, Cancelo got a touch on it. What way is this going to go? It is a goal kick. Mitch Hayward, this might be your last chance, but given away. Cancelo steps in. And now a 3v2 situation inside. Shells will win the throw.
Shells isn't thinking about a goal right now. He's just thinking about trying to close this one out, hold on to the ball. Of course, if a fantastic opportunity presents itself, it's clear-cut. He's going to take it. And that's why I said I think Mitch Hayward needs to offer that. He needs to almost bait Shells into going for a pass and looking towards that goal. Otherwise, this ball is staying in the corner flag. And Mitch Hayward will be out of this tournament, and it will be Man City going into the grand final.
The seconds are ticking away. Oh. Odegaard can't quite keep that one in play. But he has to win the ball back. And he has to win the ball back now. It's as simple as that for Sheffield United and Mitch Hayward. Adama Traore will do so, and there's 30 seconds or so to pump this ball upfield and maybe create one more chance. But Cancelo, the Manchester City man, will make the interception, slow the pace of the game down, and Man City and Shells, they're through to the grand final with a Herculean comeback.
And he gets closer and closer to that 40k prize pool. His share of it, guaranteed 10k, just getting to the cross-console final. And what a game that was between two fantastic competitors, of course. Commiserations to Sheffield United and Mitch Hayward. He had a great run. He knocked out the current ePremier League champion, but it's that man on your screen, Man City's Shells, who finds himself in a grand final.
And you can see what it's taken out of him as well. A deep breath. I'm exhausted. Imagine how Shells is feeling, but he's got to do it again in that grand final. We'll take a look at the highlights from this second leg as well. And, you know, what a start it was. We've got to remember, Shells was leading going into this second leg down.
He was, and then Mitch Haywood completely flipped the script and was able to then take a lead himself with 2 quick-fire goals in the early stages of this second leg. And then for a long time, he dominated until this moment. In the 89th minute, Shells biding his time, playing the ball to Bruno Fernandes, gets the equaliser, which sent us to extra time.
And then in extra time, the man who had missed so many chances for Shells steps up on the biggest moment of all, and somehow or other manages to put it away, Dan.
Manages to put it away, and I'm sure he is feeling absolutely amazing, and Nicole is going to be joining him for an interview. Nicole, I mean, we need to find out what Shells is feeling.
What a game. Shells, you are our PlayStation winner. You are through to the grand final. How does it feel?
No, I was low-key in tears when the final whistle blew, man. It's been a long ride to get here, and I'm just happy to be here, and hopefully I can go all the way.
And that was such a tense game. I mean, quickly talk us through it. Mitch did so well to come back, and then you got that last-minute goal. I mean, it was very stressful for us here in the studio. It must have been crazy for you.
Yeah, I was really calm, to be honest, considering even I was down, but I did mess up on a golden chance. I think I put Salah through, but I shot by accident, and it literally just went to the keeper. But now, first leg, I thought I played really well. But then second leg, I don't know, I just kind of went into a shell, as you would like to say. I just couldn't really find my passes, couldn't really work it in the box. Mitch absolutely played incredible. Like, even the second goal, or I think the third goal, actually, it was incredible. But I just had to keep on going, keep faith. I had Saul in my ear. A lot of work on my mental side is finally paying off. I was a lot more calmer, even though I was down with 2 minutes left and stuff like that. I was really happy to get the win.
Right, Shells, we'll let you go and prepare for that grand final. Congratulations, and we'll see you very shortly. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole, right there. Thank you so much. Our winner of the PlayStation side of things, Shells from Manchester City, as you can see, beating Sheffield United, M. Haywood 4-3. So he gets his spot in the grand final right there, where he'll come up against the winner from the PlayStation side of things, Joe.
Yeah, look how happy Carl Walker is. It is time now, though, for yet another break. Congratulations to Shells. After it, you're going to see our Xbox final between Leeds and Chelsea. Ollelito versus Diogo. Absolutely buzzing for that one. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a minute.
Good result there. That's the final whistle in North London. Harry Kane steps up yet again for Tottenham. Big points in the bag. What are your
Great game, Harry. Cheers, mate.
Such a clinical finish from a top-class striker.
Challenge of the perception that we don't know what we're doing, because it's always been there. It's always been women don't know the offside rule. Women don't know what football's about, so they shouldn't be involved in it. And for me, I've come through exactly the same pathway and exactly the same tests and challenges as male referees. And I think that's the stereotype really that I would want to challenge, that we are good enough to be there if we're there. We're not there as a tick box.
And we have a female assistant referee today, the first time that Sian Massey has run the line in a Premier League match.
I think the more girls we get involved in football, the more other girls feel like they can be involved and that sport is for all. I'm a real big believer from my PE teacher background as well, that sport gives much more than just a physical aspect. It gives that mental stability. I'd say fitness is always a challenge for me, because to keep up with the players on the pitch, I have to be on top of my game, because they already have a head start on you. As an assistant referee, you're going from a sideways position when they're already running. You've got to be stationary effectively with the last defender. So if the last defenders are pushing out, and you've got an attacker that's sprinting forwards, they're already 10 metres ahead. But also coming back from having a baby was really difficult. So the doctors told me that I wouldn't be able to come back to refereeing. They told me that I wouldn't be able to do any fitness work again. So obviously that's a big part of my career. So coming back from having my daughter was probably the biggest moment in my life where I actually thought, oh my goodness, I'm going to have lost my career. I had lots of support from the FA, Pyjamas, who, you know, gave me every possible person to go to that I needed to support me, and then give me the opportunities to come back step by step. I went kind of back through the leagues again, and that's what I definitely needed, that support. I want to be able to support other referees coming through. I always say that once I finish my career, I want to be making sure that we've got the next generation of referees and sportswomen coming through. I think it's really important that we create that atmosphere, that they feel safe in an environment that they feel safe in. When I said, can I be a referee? That shouldn't be a question that any other female has to ask anymore.
Like you'll ever get paid to play video games, they said. Now you're players, creators, fans, all in one huge and growing community. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you. Whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Welcome back to the ePremier League finals live from London, where we've just seen Manchester City progress through the PlayStation final thanks to Shell's car.
Oh, incredible performance right there. And it's time to get into the Xbox side of things. Yes, we've got Ollelito for Leeds taking on Falcons Diogo for Chelsea. Richard, Brandon, take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, it's time for the Xbox final now. Out of the 20 Premier League football clubs that got themselves involved in the Premier League, only 2 remain. And Richard Buckley, Leeds United, in their first ever ePremier League season, they're in a grand final, but safe to say they've got one of the best Xbox players on their books right now. On the flip side, Chelsea make it to another console final. They did it last year on the PlayStation. This year, they do it on the Xbox.
And they've got a player in Diogo who's quite comfortable with being in Xbox console finals. 2 years ago in this exact studio, he was eliminated with the last kick, or should I say head, of the game against Tex, representing Liverpool. Will it be a better console final for Diogo this time around and Chelsea, or will Ollelito continue his dominance that is shown all across the tournament, and will Leeds United go marching on into a cross-console final?
Yeah, that would be an incredible story. If you just missed that last game, Shells just snatching that win in extra time against Sheffield United to book a spot in the ePremier League grand final. The first ever time that Manchester City have been to an EPL final. The question is, who will be joining him? 2 legs of FIFA in front of us here on the Xbox. £10,000 guaranteed if you win this game. It's Leeds against Chelsea. It's the Premier League console final on the Xbox. You hit the head on the nail perfectly, Richard. It was, what, 2 years ago we saw Diogo representing Fulham in an Xbox final like no other against Tex. If you're familiar with the Premier League, you'll remember that game perfectly. It was Dominic Calvert-Lewin with a what? It was a 120th minute winner back on FIFA 19. What a story that was. A quick word on these two, though. Might be some gap between them in the Global Series rankings. Ollelito came into this tournament as 5th on those European rankings. Will, of course, be kicking from left to right in this game, looking to get things started in the perfect way possible. But looking at his knockout run that he's had, Richard, he's been flying through the quarterfinals and the semis.
Yeah, he certainly has. 13-2 victory against Spurs, and then a 5-4 victory against Arsenal. However, it was a couple of late consolation goals for Healy On the flip side of that, Diogo, 6-3 win against West Brom. Chance here for Diogo to get his account started in the final. And then it was a very comfortable victory, 9-3 against Serious About FIFA and Manchester United's Dragon.
Yeah, but at one stage in that game, it wasn't so simple for Diogo. He was down 1-0, brought it back, was down 2-1, brought it back, then turned the game on its head, started running away with the time. Made it 9-3. Some serious money up for grabs here in the Premier League. Pyjamas Ollelito looks to be building. Rashford will squeeze it into the back of the net to give Leeds United the perfect start in this game.
He's just playing with so much confidence at the minute. Ollelito, he seems to be the only player taking those shots on the edge of the box, taking those finesse shots. Goalkeeper stretched as far as possible, but no chance was he ever saving that one. Marcus Rashford and Ollelito in a familiar position on the score sheet and leading in the ePremier League.
He's been the player that's been scoring all the goals this week in the Premier League. Marcus Rashford might come out as a left midfielder in the game, but he has been the out-and-out striker for pretty much every single player in this EPL tournament. And at moments like that, you can fully understand why. A very ambitious effort from the edge of the box. Maybe you question the goalkeeper's ability. He got something on it, just not a strong enough pour to sort of get it around the post. Instead, put it into his own goal. And Leeds United lead by 1-0. They've been on an interesting run, have Leeds, through the group stages. They beat Manchester City 4-2, then beat West Bromwich Albion 5-2. That was in the group stages. Then the quarter-finals, as we said, sort of felt plain sailing at one point. 13-2 he won his quarter-final game, did Ollelito. Many have regarding him as one of the best players coming into this tournament, and also one of the strong favourites behind Tom. As we know, though, can't always follow those storylines, as anything can happen. Building for a second now. Here's Ollelito, goes for that directional nutmeg around the corner with Rashford, but it is nearly defended well. Still in possession, is he? Diogo needs to get a hold of this game. Does well, Adama.
Well, you played sailing against Stokes and Tottenham Hotspur. You were on a all-inclusive cruise, Brandon. You had absolutely no worries in the world. 13-2. That's a statement to the rest of the competition.
As we said, Manchester City and Chelsea is your PlayStation champion. He will be in the cross-console final now, waiting for one of these two to see if he can crown himself the ePremier League champion and pick up that £20,000 on the line. Here's Diogo now. Marcus Rashford looks to try and turn Trent, sorry. Just can't get around the corner. It could be a chance for Curtis Jones now.
Great press, high up the pitch, taking the ball off of his Liverpool teammate in Trent.
I think that's what you've got to be, though, when you play against Ollelito. So you cannot show him any respect. You've got to be in his face. You've got to be aggressive. And that's what we're seeing now. Goes for the heel tilt with Bruno Fernandes. He can't get around the corner. To be fair, nice to see Alisson in goal.
Probably
it's the first time I've seen him in goal for anyone in the Premier League.
Yeah, one of the only players to use Alisson. He's probably less sort of reaction-based, but he's a bit more of a traditional goalkeeper. Positioning-wise, very good. I'm a big fan of Alisson in my own FIFA Ultimate team when I play at home.
Shots around the corner. This is Sadio Mane. He's got Rashford in the box. Also, Heung-min Son queuing up. They're waiting perfectly for the perfect ball. Could that one be it? Saka potentially around the corner. He'll twirl back inside. Marcus Rashford will dance in the box and will ensure the Leeds make it two. It's a brace from Marcus Rashford, and it's the perfect start to this console final for Leeds United.
It's just the little things with Ollelito. That extra heel-to-heel inside the box reads Rashford. Not a lot of players will actually do that, but it's just the composure, the confidence that he has, and also he seems to be better at the end of the day. There are a lot of the opposition that he's playing against, and that shows he's coming into the game expecting himself to win. It puts quite a lot of pressure on himself to be in finals, to be winning tournaments. And that confidence, that consistency is quite incredible.
Yeah, well, we saw, of course, Leeds partner up with Ninja in Pyjamas, a huge esports organisation that, of course, Ollelito plays his FIFA under, but Ollelito still had to go through the qualifiers to wear that Leeds shirt. However, he was able to do that. I'm sure there'll be many fans that have just tuned into this. This is the ePremier League, where 40 of the best FIFA players took to the virtual pitch back on Tuesday. We're now down to the final 2 here on the Xbox, and that will do us for the first 45 minutes. It's Chelsea against Leeds, but it's Ollelito of Leeds United who's been able to bag 2 goals, Richard, to have a dream start in this console final that I don't think he would have even believed would have been possible.
He probably would have thought that. I mean, he's just so confident whenever we get the chance to speak to him. Just taking shots like this, just a finesse shot from seemingly quite a high, I should say low percentage chance of going in. You're on the edge of the box. You've got options to pass, to do another skill move. But if it opens up for him, he's always going to hit it. This goal, technically and mechanically, in terms of what he's actually doing, very impressive. That extra heel-to-heel flick, creating a little bit of separation between Virgil van Dijk and Marcus Rashford, and just whips it into the back of the net. You can just see some of the trophies and accolades behind Ollelito are starting to mount up.
Yeah, there's no doubt you can't look past the achievements that Ollelito has been able to pick up since he's been part of the FIFA scene. He was an unknown quantity not so long ago, and then started picking up major tournaments. Just won a huge trophy back in Atlanta of January 2020, all that time ago. Picked up a FUT Champions Cup, and that sort of just led him on down this sort of road of success. Looking for a third now, looking for Marcus Rashford again. Rashford!
It just looks so easy for him. It's effortless inside the box for Ollelito. Diogo is a top FIFA talent, a top FIFA player, and he's making him look so easy to play against.
And it's so difficult, isn't it? Because Diogo's not had a sniff. He's just struggled. It's been attack after attack after attack from Ollelito, and just can't get near him at times. And it's just so good. That's a hat-trick for Marcus Rashford, by the way.
And you can just see the formation that Ollelito are playing with there, the 4-2-2. So it's 4 defenders, 2 central defensive midfielders, sort of anchoring in front of that back 4, 2 wide attacking midfielders. He had Mane as the left attacking mid. These players sort of play as wingers, but a little bit more advanced, letting them get involved in the attacks. And then the 2 strikers, the star of the show, Marcus Rashford. Hat-trick inside, what, 52, 53 minutes in this first leg, and potentially setting his stall out early going into the second leg. Is there even going to be a chance for Chelsea to get back into this tie?
There won't be a chance if the scoreline keeps heading in this direction, Richard. 3-0 and the perfect hat-trick from Marcus Rashford. Brilliant stuff from the Manchester United man. The in-form item, his third in-form in at left midfield, playing as the out-and-out striker and the out-and-out goal scorer he has been in the Premier League finals. Diogo into that pause menu, looking to make a couple of changes. He needs a goal. If there's any chance to pull this one back, looks for the cutback. It's just a little bit too heavy for Rashford.
You saw there with Ollelito how high that he pulled Virgil van Dijk out of defence as well. A lot of players wouldn't do that. He was pressing so high up the pitch.
Just see Trent there, looks like he's sort of towing a caravan, and that's how slow he's been running back. And he's got Sadio Mane just running acres in front of him. So much space, so much time, and honestly expect to see some changes very soon from Diogo going forward. Tactically, he's got to just even a goal, Richard.
He needs something to get him going.
Of course, he needs to remember that he can't go and concede another goal, but he has to try.
That's the catch-22. If he does go more offensive and starts to push more bodies forward, Ollelito will just pick him off. He'll just keep on playing these through balls down the line, exposing the space that is left there as Diogo and Chelsea push more bodies forward. And really, you're just playing into Ollelito's hands and Leeds United's hands.
Just looking at Diogo's run to get to this stage, he beat Burnley Ashley 5-0 in his first opening game in Group C. Followed that up with a big win against Everton's Jadon 4-3. And as we know, had to play West Brom in that quarter-final game. 6 goals to 3, the win was. And for the player that's ranked 22nd in the Global Series rankings, there might be 17 places between them. However, there's a 3-goal scoreline also between them right now, and I can't see that changing of how well Ollelito is attacking, but also defensively very sound at the moment.
It's almost the impossible task, isn't it? How do you beat Ollelito? Nobody's managed to do it in the ePremier League thus far. Can Diogo pull a rabbit out of the hat in this second leg? Because as of right now, Leeds United will be going into a cross-console final.
Yeah, well, he scored 27 goals so far, Ollelito, before even coming into this game. That 3rd goal from Marcus Rashford made it 30 goals, one of the highest goal scorers we've seen in the Premier League for Ollelito. Chance, Marcus Rashford to make it 4 and to make matters worse. Fortunate enough, Virgil van Dijk was just about there.
30 goals, over a third of them came in one game against Tottenham.
Has to be a goal for Diogo. Simply has to score. He can't waste this chance. He's delayed it. And delayed it back to Sadio Mane. Is he just overworked the chance now? Potentially so, just from delaying it. He's allowed more Leeds defenders to get back. Diogo does well to recycle this. Mane, back to Salah. Chance. He's done so well there. Diogo with a huge, huge goal from Bruno Fernandes. I'll even admit, I thought he overplayed it. I thought he delayed it for too long, but credit where it's due. Diogo with a must sort of score, a goal that he needs to score. He had to score that goal.
Yeah, absolutely. As the ball went down the left-hand side, the pass wasn't 100% on. He could have rushed it into the box. He took his time, played the long game, patience in the build-up, and in the end resulted in a big goal to give him not only a lot of confidence, but also just something on the board, because he was coming out with his first leg with absolutely nothing to show for it.
And that goal might have just sparked something mentally for Diogo to say, you know what, I can score, I can create chances, I am good, I'm in a console final for a reason. If there are any Chelsea fans out there, he's trying to tell you guys that he is still in this tight. Which he very much is. Still a full second leg, a full second match to come up in this game. Looking for another goal if he was to get one more. Certainly would make things interesting here. De Bruyne. Remember, he's got Salah there in the box. Marcus Rashford also trying to offer an avenue or at least a pass. Wins the ball back again. It's better from Diogo. Time's running out though. 2 minutes plus additional time.
It's a good chance.
Could be really nice. Get a passing count on the screen. Marcus Rashford!
Alisson done really well there, just to cancel out that opportunity at the near post. Corner whipped into the box. James heads it clear. This final chance of this first leg will fall to Chelsea. Corner again.
Last chance of the game. Watch out for Virgil van Dijk in that box. You can see him, number 4. Will he look to manually control him? Yes, he will. Towards the front post. He will go, and nearly.
Still on.
Just about latches onto that one. Will the referee play one more attack here? Back to Bruno Fernandes. He does it. McGeady spinning the box. Back he'll go again, and unfortunately, that is no way through in the end. Full-time, leg one. Leeds United lead by 3 goals to 1.
Yeah, you just saw that roulette coming out a little bit more as the end of the game, and that's not necessarily showing that he just can do the skill move, but the confidence that he's starting to get back. End of the first half, we weren't seeing any skills from Diogo, but as that game went on further and further, he felt himself getting back into the matchup. But it was a first half to remember from Ollelito.
Yeah, 3 of the best, and all 3 of them coming from Marcus Rashford. That was goal number 1. Keeper just couldn't get a strong hand on that one. That made it 1-0. This one shortly followed. Saka, so good, so creative in these sort of areas. Heel to heel, cut it back, little heel to again, and into the back of the net to make it 2. And then Rashford wanted 3, and that's exactly what he got. Ball into his feet, directional nutmeg, as you'll see now, into space. Left for Reece James for dead, and that made it 3 goals to 0.
It did indeed. Diogo came firing back in the second half. This ball down the line. It was Marcus Rashford outstrengthening James, and you were saying, where's the ball going to go? He just took his time. A couple of ball rolls inside the box. The chance at the back post with Son, disappeared. He then worked it all the way out wide. Zinchenko came a long way across. Directional nutmeg into the space, and then it was Bruno Fernandes getting that goal back. 3-1 as the first leg has concluded. You can see the landscape of the ePremier League right now. 3-1 after the first leg. Plenty of opportunity left in that second leg for Diogo to get back.
Yeah, credit to Diogo on scoring that goal. It was a real difficult chance, but did pull himself a goal back. If you're a Chelsea fan, you will still be in the chance of turning this one around. But Leeds lead at the break, 3-1. Back to you, Joe and Kyle.
Brandon, Richard, thank you so much for that. Ollelito has now scored 30 goals in total in this tournament, but can Diogo bring this back? He's got that vital goal. The second leg is coming up. You do not want to miss this one. We'll be back after this short break.
The ball goes out of play. It looks like on the sidelines Marcus Rashford is getting ready to be their first change today. Just getting his final checks from the physio by the looks of it.
And he'll be looking to make an impact from the bench, most definitely.
I call my father. It's like a psychologist. He was always trying to say, okay, are you training? Yes. And every day I was training. When I called him in FaceTime, I was always on the treadmill.
I've been afforded to spend time, fortunately, with my kids a lot more. But I think having them small moments where I'm perhaps around a little bit more, or catching them at better times to participate in things that I probably wouldn't usually do.
Me and Reece play chess quite a lot, so we play chess against each other, which I've found has, helped trying to learn chess. I started trying to learn Spanish as well.
I was always helping out my neighbour, my elderly neighbour. We did his shopping, helped him out with his transport needs, his appointments and all that. So that was quite nice. Yeah, I also helped out the local bakery, take some food to the Royal Free Hospital during the lockdown when it was really ramping up.
I'm always home, so always home. I'm watching nice movies. I am watching the Vikings.
We try to find something on the television or a good book that will take your mind off football for a little while. Music, yes, I can vary between my soul and Motown and my classical music.
We did a little bit at Christmas as a family. We kept it quite private. Yeah, we helped some local children with food.
It is important to get in touch with your friends, your family, your neighbours to make sure they're okay, because some people wouldn't ask for help if they're struggling.
One of my New Year's resolutions was, having a bit more contact with friends and family, like checking up on them, and that's what I've tried to do since the new year.
Like you'll ever get paid to play video games, they said. Now you're players, creators, fans, all in one huge and growing community. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Welcome back to the ePremier League. We are not wasting any time. It's time for the second leg of our Xbox final. Richard and Brandon, it's over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Kyle and Joe. Chelsea FC need a heroic effort in this second leg if you look to try and take down Leeds. In my lifetime, I've seen some fantastic Chelsea performances. Barcelona at the Nou Camp, in Munich, Champions League final. They need a performance of that quality if they are going to take down Leeds right here, right now.
You know, if you have just tuned in, it is 3-1 to Leeds United right now. Winner goes into a cross-console final. They will be the Xbox champion in the Premier League, but they will have to go up against the PlayStation champion, which right now is Manchester City and their PS4 representative in shells. And from what we saw in the first leg, I think many would back Ollelito and Leeds to go through to that final. We did see Diogo come back late into the game, but it's about the 70th minute or so, Richard, that we saw sort of Chelsea's first real chance, Diogo's first chance in front of goal. He's got to be more sort of direct. He's got to look to be more creative in front of goal if there's any chance for Chelsea here. Diogo, a player that's been to an EPL Xbox final before, did it 2 years ago. Fell to the hands of Liverpool. And as we know, the champion of Tex, a player that is formidable with competitive FIFA. Pause coming really early into this game. I'm not too sure which player has cued that pause. Interesting to see when that does land between these two. Of course, Chelsea from left to right in this one in their away white strip. Also Leeds United in their away strip from right to left. £10,000 guaranteed if you win this game. Not bad. It's Diogo that actually paused the game. Interesting what he's going to change. It could be a lot worse. Oh, Kevin De Bruyne. He did everything right. Ederson just did better.
And that's why Ederson's one of the top goalkeepers in the Prem. The speed that he managed to get off his line there, getting down quickly as well to the ball roll past the goalkeeper. One of the most successful ways of scoring, that little skill move, ball roll as the on-rushing goalkeeper comes at you, and you just leave him in his path.
That would have been a nightmare. If Leeds were to score that, Ollelito would have been 4-1 up, 3-goal cushion reinstated. And there is that pause, so it's interesting. So he actually came in from Diogo, what, 5-10 minutes into the game? Not even 10 minutes, 5 minutes into the tie. I'm not too sure what he's wanting to change. We are looking at the POV of Ollelito, so as you can imagine, there's no need to change anything for him.
No, not at all. He's still in a very good position. Maybe it could be 4-1 up, in all honesty. That ball roll past the goalkeeper, Kevin De Bruyne, just lacking a little bit of pace, potentially. If that may have been Rashford or Mo Salah, the snappiness of the ball roll a little bit more effective. But still, if you're a Leeds fan, very good signs in the opening 19 minutes. And it's a very early change as well. That signifies to me that he's gone from the 5-back formation that he was using, maybe into a more offensive formation. James off, Son on.
I'd expect that to be a common occurrence in this second leg, because every 5-10 minutes, if there isn't an improvement for Diogo in terms of him being able to get forward and really challenge Ollelito. What a ball that is! Heung-min Son round the goalkeeper. No! Ooh. Again, Ederson just off his line, puts the pressure on Ollelito and somehow puts Heung-min Son off balance to miss that chance.
You see Saka, I think, looks to be in at left back at the minute for Diogo. Son and Rashford up top.
He's had to change something, Rich.
Potentially even a 4-2-2 being implemented here, or a 4-4-2 of some sort. I know Diego is a big believer in the 4-4-2. Certainly changes.
Can he look to get a goal in this game? Currently 2 goals down, 3-1 Leeds are in front in the second leg here. This is a chance. De Bruyne on the finesse, back to De Bruyne. It might fall, falls back to Curtis Jones. Still the chance is alive. Tries to roulette his way into the box past Ollelito's defence. He wins the ball back comfortably.
Just got that press though. Lots of white shirts up, absolutely.
Has to, simply has to look at the space so that can then open up. Curtis Jones back trying to defend Saka. That's obviously Saka out of position on the flip side. That'll be an interesting duel. Saka against Saka. Again, out of position now. He'll need Curtis Jones just to fill into that left-back area. A third of this game gone, and Leeds are still in front by 3 goals to 1.
Should probably be more. The chance from De Bruyne, then the chance from Son hitting the side netting. Look at Bruno hustling in midfield.
Keeps looking for these sort of deep searching through balls as Ollelito. There's another one there. This time it's Mane to make matters worse, potentially. The angle's tight, looks for the cut back. Yeah, Edison came off his line. Corner. Ollelito piling on the pressure. He wants that 3-goal cushion reinstated. Rashford, the man that's been full of all the goals, looking to make it 4. Rashford cuts back inside. Oh no, Han-Min Song again.
And that is all Ollelito as well, with how heading is manual in FIFA, just wasn't aiming at the target.
That's 3 good chances. Yes, maybe slightly unfortunate on one of those, but that one, Diogo hanging in it. On the flip side, look at the space for Salah, sorry. Here's Son now, dancing well, tries to get around Reece James, can't find the skill move combination that he was looking for to try and bypass the Chelsea defender. Ollelito nearly 45 minutes through in this second leg without conceding a goal. That will fulfill him with confidence. On the flip side, don't know what Diogo would be more happy with, the fact that
he's not conceded,
because no doubt Ollelito's had 3 good chances in this game. I rate that Diogo's tried to come out. He's moved out that 5 at the back. He's gone into a more sort of balanced plus attacking formation, a 4-4-2 that offers him a bit of everything. And that will do us for the halfway point. But Richard, still nothing to really get Diogo going. He's only had 1 shot in the game and it was pretty evenly matched.
3 shots, 1 on target on the opposite side for Ollelito. It is a 4-4-2 for Diogo, and you can just see him right there making changes. These were the best moments from the first half, and most of them came for Ollelito. Ball roll past the goalkeeper, Son just hitting the side netting, and this one right here, Son again, the attacking player who arguably has to score that.
I think the bounce back obviously was very, very fortunate, but then to miss that chance, you're asking some questions there. You can see both players on your screen as we get back underway for the second half in this one. Now in the Premier League, this is the Xbox console final. The best 2 teams out of the 20. And they came into the competition back on Tuesday. Chelsea against Leeds, as we know, winner goes into the cross-console final, where they'll be met by Manchester City and their PlayStation player in Shells, who took down Mitch Hayward in an extra-time thriller to ensure that he would take the crown of the PlayStation.
It'll be a great final, whether it's Leeds or Chelsea, matching up against Man City. At the minute, it's going to be Leeds.
That's a great win there by Trent. Looking just to strive forward and to push off Zinchenko. He does so well, finds the cut back again, it's too much. To ask for Son to get round Virgil van Dijk. Now there's a right back completely out of position, which just gives Sadio Mane acres of space and so much room to drive into.
Defensively so good though from Ollelito. We recognised the player lock was applied. He pulled Virgil van Dijk all the way out to meet when the pass was received from Trent Alexander-Arnold. Very, very good defensive work as well as offensive work. Both players certainly taking their game up a level in this second half.
Still, it's only 2 goals between these two. There's about 35 minutes left to play in this one. The change into the 4-4-2 has not blessed Diogo with a goal as of yet. He's got his workout. Is Saka just offside? Yes, he is. Even a goal to give Chelsea the confidence that they're looking for. Trent, all the way from fullback again. Expect to see this. So direct, bombing or making. Zinchenko's life hell on that far-hand side.
He's coping with it, though, at the minute, with the help of Virgil van Dijk as well.
Look at Bruno Fernandes on the edge of the box, number 10 on your screen. Finds Salah instead, into Rashford maybe. Rashford still, can he get himself round? Reece James tries to Lacoquette his way into the box, a little elastico. Back to De Bruyne, where is that final pass? Where is that killer ball? Salah. Still so patient on the flip side. Ollelito so patient in defending. Trying to close down, trying to narrow every option. And at the moment he's been able to do that. Chance, Salah. Where is that ball? Goes for the directional nutmeg. Can't get past Virgil van Dijk.
There's a beautiful little spell there inside the box. The double back cancel, a dribbling technique that I love to see. As Virgil steps out there for Diogo. There were just too many black shirts behind the ball, unfortunately. Just couldn't find a way through. Mo Salah had a chance, but predominantly only left-footed. Didn't want to take a strike on his weaker right.
Chance again, Rashford now. Finds Bruno Fernandes, back to Rashford it will go. Heel to heel, just can't find the other option. The player switching from Ollelito on the flip side is so good. Defending, matching up every pass to Bruyne this time. Couple of step-overs, where is that ball? He just cannot squeeze it into an ongoing player.
Great defensive work from Ollelito, but I feel as though Diogo's slightly overplaying things right now. He's overthinking every single attack. The instinctiveness and the sort of intuitiveness has disappeared from his play.
And there's 20 minutes left. If Leeds score now, they will march on into a grand final. In their first ever ePremier League outing. Again, into the pause when you will go. This is Ollelito's POV. It's a simple change, maybe just to change the custom tactics here, Richard. So far to speak, yes, he might not have scored a goal, but he's just dealt with everything that's been sort of thrown his way by Diogo.
Double change as the two attacking midfielders. Mo Salah replaces on the right and also Steven Bergwijn on the left in the final 20 minutes. Those players might necessarily be getting told to sort of track back as well and help out defensively. Lots of pace being brought on for Ollelito.
On the flip side, Richard, I mean, what does Diogo do in this moment?
Time to throw the kitchen sink, in all honesty. 20 minutes left. You're in a console final. If you lose 5-1, who cares? You're lost anyway, as it stands. You may as well try and win the game. Try and force extra time. Get bodies forward. And just see what happens.
Well, this could be all she wrote. Oh, the post it was from Salah. Ederson saved it onto the post. On the flip side, Mane comes on. Just to inject some pace into the final third. Salah on his own still for Ollelito. Does well and to create the chance. As long as Ollelito's got the ball, that's all he's going to care about. Because he's 15 minutes away from being an Xbox champion here in the ePremier League and to cement himself a space in that cross-console final. Salah could be through to cement the tie. Can he find the cutback? He finds Rashford, finds Son round the corner. It's saved again by Ederson.
Just cannot put the final nail in the coffin, Ollelito. He's trying. Great save from Ederson. I thought we were going to shoot earlier.
He's still 2-0 up. That's all he's got to worry about. Diogo. Last chance saloon here. Expect numbers to go forward. Expect Salah to maybe get in behind. Watch that back post. Could it be a chance?
Ooh, whiskers from sailing into the back of the net. You see the change from Diogo, a lot more narrow, compact, pushing many more bodies forward. Sadio Mane.
That was the chance.
What a rocket from his right boot. If it had even been on target, it's flying into the back of the net. No goalkeeper saving that.
Again, though, that chance just goes begging for Diogo. Yes, it's been better from him in this second leg. He's certainly been able to create more. He had to change. He had to make something give in the team. Unfortunately, that chance goes begging. 10 minutes away, Richard. 2 goals. Don't get me wrong, it's not impossible, but when you're up against a player of Ollelito's quality, it's such a difficult task.
It's not impossible, it is improbable right now when you consider how good Ollelito is and has been, not only in this tournament, but in many tournaments before. He has gone to that winning moment. He's had the championship in his own hands out of hundreds and thousands of players in Europe. He's been #1 before. is he going to be number one here in the ePremier League?
Well, it's everybody forward now for Diogo. Saint-Maximin will come onto the field. Will it be deja vu, but the worst kind for Diogo? Yes, he's in a console final. Yes, he's been the best two on the Xbox here out the 20 that arrived on Tuesday. Unfortunately, it won't be a cross-console final for him. And Ollelito, 7 minutes or so away now from a cross-console final. Leeds' first ever time in the ePremier League, and it has been a tournament to remember. Bergwijn.
Could be it.
To conclude the tie. If anything, just to watch that clock run down. Does give the ball away. That's 5 minutes left now, plus additional time. We need a very healthy amount of additional time if there's any chance. Salah, that ball's got to go into the box. It's got to be moved quickly. It's a solid tackle from Kevin De Bruyne. Referee says he won the ball. 88 minutes on the clock now, pretty much. Again, it falls back to James. I think that is the tie dump. He's tried and he's tried and he's tried to break down Ollelito. But Chelsea cannot find an answer. They needed 2 goals if there was any chance of extra time. He came in as one of the favourites, one of the strong players to watch out for in this tournament, did Ollelito. And he ensures that Leeds march on to a cross-console final in their first ever ePremier League outing.
Incredible, incredible from Ollelito as the ball gets booted out of play. You see what it means to him, smiling from ear to ear. Ollelito came in as one of the favourites on the Xbox, dispatched of all the competition that stood in front of him, and rightfully so, our Xbox champion.
Yeah, it was a real tough one, a real tough one. I mean, Diogo went into that 3-5-2 right at the end of the game. On the flip side, let's have a look at some of the chances that Ollelito created, because yes, he didn't score a goal, but he created the best chances in the game. That one there, you're thinking is going into the back of the net.
Yeah, hitting the side netting. Son again, only 5-6 minutes later, has a chance. This one bounces up in the air off Kyle Walker's deflection and heads wide. And Mo Salah, literally just being brought onto the pitch, smashes the post. It was sort of all Ollelito in these opportunities.
And there was one more chance, wasn't it, at the end? You thought that one was going to the back, and Edison comes out and saves the ball perfectly. But again, it all came down to that first leg performance. Leeds United, what a story it's been for them in the ePremier League. That's £10,000 guaranteed just for getting to that grand final. If you go and win it, that's £20,000 in your back pocket, Richard. What a final that plans to be. Leeds, Manchester City.
Yeah, not only that, but Leeds United fans all over, not only the UK, but all over the world, rejoicing right now. They've been waiting for their time in the Premier League for many a year, and it's come in the ePremier League right now. Guaranteed top 2 finish in this tournament. Potentially, you would say, the favourite going into the cross-console final against Manchester City. Can he go all the way? What a tournament he's had.
Yeah, incredible stuff. We are guaranteed to see a new club win the Premier League, we must add. Liverpool did it back in 2019. Watford did it last year, of course, no longer in the Premier League. And then this time round, it's going to be Man City or Leeds. But let's have a look at the draw to find out where we are, how we've got here. If you don't understand the scenario of the Premier League, there was 40 players that arrived. Each club had an Xbox player and a PlayStation player, and they played over 2 days of group stages. We got to the knockouts today, and now there's only 2 clubs that remain. A PlayStation player from Manchester City and an Xbox player from Leeds United.
You can see Manchester City on the left-hand side of your screen's run. It was a penalty shootout win against Leicester City. They then knocked Mark Marley, last year's grand finalist, off against Brighton. That was 4-2, and then Shells beating Sheffield United 4-3. On the Xbox, it was pretty much comfortable in the quarterfinals, you have to say.
Yeah, it was 13-2, a massive win there. Then they beat Leeds 5-4, and as you just saw there, 3-1. 3 London clubs knocked out on their journey from quarterfinals, semi-finals, and then that console final. And I think we better go and hear from that man who's booked himself a spot in the cross-console final. He's joined by Nicole right now.
Yes, I am here with the Xbox champion, Ollelito. You and Leeds United are through to that grand final. How does it feel?
I mean, it feels amazing, of course. Since I started this tournament, I wanted to do well for Leeds. And, I mean, I think I've done pretty well coming to this point. But, I mean, we have 1 big game left. So, yeah, all to play for.
And you said that you'd be happy if you made it to the top 4. Well, you've gone further than that. Can you go all the way and win that trophy now?
I think so. I think I'm playing quite decent. Of course, Chelsea's a top player, a guy I respect a lot. So it's going to be a very, very tough game, and hopefully the fans enjoy. And hopefully we can take the win.
Yes, like you said, Shells is a great player indeed. What are your thoughts heading into that?
Going to be very, very tough, of course. I mean, probably my toughest challenge in this tournament yet. So I'm looking forward to the game a lot, and hopefully we can take the win.
What would it mean to you then to win this competition and be the ePremier League champion?
I mean, I think I would have been lost for words then, if I'm being honest. I think Premier League is the biggest league in the world, and to win that league in FIFA was going to be something special for sure. So, as I said, I hope we can take the win in this upcoming game.
And quickly, did you manage to actually enjoy that game against Diogo, or was it just too stressful?
Nah, I think it was too stressful, if I'm being honest. I was just focusing hard all the game, because I knew if I were to concede one goal, he was right back in it. So I focused hard, didn't really enjoy it until the ref blew the whistle for full time. So yeah.
Well done. Congratulations. We'll let you head off now and prepare for the grand final, and we'll see you very soon. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
I don't think he looked that stressed. Throughout the whole thing, he looked pretty calm to me. I don't know about you.
I mean, game face, that's what we're going to call it. He scored 30 goals in total throughout this tournament so far. 13 of them came in one of those games. But we did see it was 0-0 in that second leg. So I'm guessing Shells will be looking at it. He would have watched that game and thinking, how do I break down the current person who's top of the FIFA Global Series rankings?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think he's going to be confident. Shells, Manchester City flying in the Premier League, pretty much nailed on to win that. If they could win the Premier League and the EPL, as a Manchester City fan, you're going to be absolutely buzzing, aren't you?
Oh, of course I am. Look at the smile on my face. Just the fact he's made it to the grand final right there is so exciting. Quick explainer, there will be 2 legs. One of them will be played on the Xbox, one of them on the PlayStation as well. So there's a virtual coin toss to decide how that comes out and who goes first. Anyway, let's talk about Ollelito a little bit. Let's throw it over to Mark and Dan. They're going to break down just why he's so good.
Thank you, Kyle. And he is so good. He's been unbelievable so far. And one thing we've been taking away from the opportunity to look at some of these goals that we'll show you now is there's a beauty in the simplicity that Ollelito has to his game, Dan.
It's also his ability to actually shoot when some players wouldn't be shooting. In the first goal that we'll be witnessing, maybe we'll jump over to the second goal instead. But Ollelito is one of these players who will shoot from certain positions, Mark, but this is where he showed incredible skill moves.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that Ollelito does, he loves to create 1v1 opportunities. That's what all pro players do. And in this position, he's got himself the 1v1. You can see Saka and Traore 1v1 in this situation. And it causes so many dilemmas for a defender, because you're thinking, what skill moves has Ollelito got in the bag? Who's he going up against? What's the player? Saka, how many skill moves has he got? What can I expect? And sometimes it's just simple from Ollelito. He's thinking, I need to cut this ball back into the box. He's looking to either find this runner here or the player just behind him. And to create that half a yard, he uses a 4-star skill move. It's this heel-to-heel flick. It's very, very simple. But once he gets it to here, Dan, there's still so much to do.
There is a lot to do. You've got to decide whether you're going to go a cross goal to the left-hand side with Rashford's weaker foot, or whether you're going to turn back with Marcus Rashford's right foot and his stronger foot. In the end, he decides he is just going to continue the way he was going. Van Dijk did make a slide tackle. Almost there was a slight deflection, but the goal still went in. In the next one, however, what we want to talk about is Ollelito's unpredictability and his ability to actually assess the situation very quickly and realise how his opponent is going to be defending. When you're in this position as a defender, you're naturally going to be looking at Rashford making a pass towards Son up there, and then there's another pass for the runner coming through the middle. You want to stop that in some way, so you're going to shift your body weight of your defender on the goal side of the striker to ensure that it can't be played through. Ollelito knows that, so he knows this is a great chance to try and run past the defender. He utilises the directional nutmeg, shifts his body weight, gets that injection of speed, and it's an easy finish from there.
And it's all about the mind games with Ollelito. It's all about what he did last. He knows what he did last. He knows what his opponent is expecting, and he knows how to be unpredictable with it. Like in that last goal we saw there, it's played into him. He has the perfect angle for the directional nutmeg. But the player that he's going up against is thinking, there's obvious runs that I have to cover. He just creates so many decisions for defenders to have to deal with. It's so tough to play against him.
And what impressed me most about Ollelito is his decision-making of when to shoot. On the edge of the box, he's more than happy to take shots from distance. Some players, they're reluctant to because they want to up their percentages. Ollelito knows when he can shoot. He does shoot, and I've been very impressed.
Yeah, amazing stuff from Ollelito, obviously going into our final. And to preview our final now, we're going to go over to Richard and Brandon to have a look.
Cheers, Mark and Dan. Again, brilliant analysis there of Ollelito. It's no reason why he's in a grand final. We're going to take a minute to have a little look at the preview of this cross-continental final. Let's kick it off with Shells first and foremost, Richard. Talk to me about this man's journey in the Premier League. It's been a wild journey for him to get to this continental final.
Yeah, it certainly has. It's been remarkable. We're going to look back at all of his games up to this point right now. This was the match against Mark Marley earlier on today. It was plain sailing in the end. Mistake at the back. Mitch Haywood will not want to see that one again. That put Shells 1-0 up, and I love seeing the emotion after every single goal that Shells scores. That's put him 2-0 up. Mo Salah, one of his favourites in the attacking third. Mitch Haywood off the post. That would have levelled it up going into leg number 2. However, in leg number 2, last-minute drama from Shells to send us into extra time. Huge roar from the Man City man. And in extra time, well, there was only one winner, and it was Shells. Huge goal, huge reaction, and I cannot wait to see what lies in store in the cross-console final.
Yeah, and he came out as well and said that he's always maybe felt the pressure in tournaments and, you know, sometimes feels like he's got that pressure on his back, but the way that Manchester City esports have gone about their business, you know, psychologists on their books helping their pros in Ryan and Shells, and he just said, I just feel more confident in the way I'm playing, and it's great to see Shells, someone that's been in this scene for so long. On the flip side, though, Ollelito, the man that is full of confidence. He's 5th in Europe right now on the Xbox. I mean, we'll have a look at his run in the tournament, because what a run it has been, and what a story it has been for the Swede. I mean, we'll look back at his knockout run. He came into today's tournament up against Arsenal. We started this leg so well. We actually won leg 1, 3-0. It was Marcus Rashford, believe it or not, who has been scoring all of his goals. Leg 2, I mean, at times Arsenal did come back fighting. Ollelito started the game in the perfect way. Marcus Rashford, again, he must have a counter on the amount of goals he has been scoring. And then the game that we just watched and we just witnessed right now, Marcus Rashford 1, Marcus Rashford number 2, and very quickly after, it was Marcus Rashford number 3. Directional nutmeg into the pocket of space. That made it 3-0, and by that point, it was a mountain to climb for Diogo.
Yeah, it certainly was. No real way back into the game for Diogo. You're seeing two very different reactions. Shells a lot more passionate, a lot more sort of energetic. Ollelito, all smiles. He's had nothing to worry about.
I mean, he's going to have something to worry about now, because this is going to be in a ridiculous cross-console final. We play a game on the Xbox, we play a game on the PlayStation. Winner is the Premier League champion and picks up £20,000. That game coming up very, very soon. But before that, we're going to pass it back down to Joe and Kyle to preview that big game.
I am very, very nervous, just sat here. So what are they thinking at home? They must be nervous themselves.
They must be nervous indeed. It's all attention turning to the grand final right now. We will be watching the Xbox side of things first. Yes, Shells representing Manchester City, Ollelito representing Leeds in our grand final. You do not want to miss this one. Make sure you join us after this short break.
Good result there.
That's the final whistle in North London. Harry Kane steps up yet again for Tottenham. Big points in the bag. What are your
Great game, Harry.
Cheers, mate.
Such a clinical finish from a top-class striker.
Yeah, everywhere I look, I see kings. Everywhere I look, I see winners. Everywhere I see top winners. I see young kids skipping school dinners so they can kick footballs and practice up their pingers. Yeah, I've seen sinners. I've seen seasoned vets kicking with beginners. I see kings everywhere I look. I saw a king from the penalty he took. I saw a king when the enemy was shook. Yo, I see kings everywhere I look. I see kings kicking on the grass in the morning, after dark, running from the barks, concrete to clay courts, permission wasn't asked. I see them cry, carry other kings, walk side by side, turn collars up, order another pie, yo, scream so loud they can't speak by the night. There's a king in all of us, and the reality is that
there is only one king. And the king is back.
Like you'll ever get paid to play video games, they said. Now you're players, creators, fans, all in one huge and growing community. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Who was that one player that you looked at that you tried to replicate or be like?
X.
You've got the free kicks, you've got the hair, you've got the eyebrows, you've got the full Beckham look going on.
How did you feel in that moment?
Yeah, it's everything that I ever dreamt of since I was a little boy, so it was an incredible feeling and one that we'll never forget.
We now have a photo of your FIFA 21 item, but the big one for me is you've 80 physical. Do you know anyone in your team that could be rated higher?
I don't think so.
Willy Bolly is in fact higher than you.
I know he's high. There are many players that are higher than me, not only in my team.
I got big problems with this, man.
What are your main
You know,
concerns?
I don't want to be that guy that's complaining about FIFA things. I don't really care too much, but I do care
Well,
about
if you've got big problems.
But I've got big problems.
I want you to identify your 3 favourite players in Premier League history.
Ian Wright. I love him, to be fair. I think he deserves a knighthood. He should be Sir Ian Wright.
Welcome back to the ePremier League. Here are our grand finalists. Shells representing Manchester City and Ollelito representing Leeds. This is how much it means to those competitors making it through to that grand final right there. And I mean, Joe, what an exciting day it has been already. And we're at the business end of it. We're going to find our EPL champion.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to have a look at the bracket now then. Manchester City Shell's just been imperious all day, really, going through against Leicester, Brighton, Sheffield United, and finding himself in this cross-console grand final. And he'll be facing Ollelito, who is just on fire right now. Can he be stopped?
I don't know. As a Manchester City fan, I hope so, but he just looks so good. He sits currently top of the standings of the FIFA Global Series ranking, so he's had a great season so far. He was one of the favourites. We all expected him to go far. Here he is in the grand final as well. One thing that will go Shells' way is actually the first leg is on the Xbox, so that's Ollelito's console. So if he can keep the score low, let's say, then going into the second leg on the PlayStation side of things, which is Shells' preferred console, if it goes to extra time, there's more time on Shells' console. So this first leg will be on Xbox, second leg will be on the PlayStation. So if it went to extra time or penalties, it's on Shells' preferred console.
It is, but I would say Ollelito's still slight favourite at this stage. Coming into the tournament, we're all talking about potentially Ollelito, and we're talking about #Tom. #Tom is a goner, so that just leaves Ollelito. But Shells is going to be no pushover whatsoever, is he?
No, not at all. He's been incredible. He's got so much experience on the pro stage as well. He's been all over. He's travelled all over when competing within the FIFA scene. And this is massive for him. He wants to show everyone what he's capable of. Plus, Manchester City and Leeds, 2 incredible teams. Leeds have got a history, and here they are, the first time they've ever competed in the EPL. maybe they could make history and become champions as well.
Yeah, let's see if they can. The huge game is about to kick off. Throwing over to you, Mark and Dan.
Well, this is the moment that everybody has been waiting for. All of these competitors have been battling out, not just over the last few days, but over the last few months, Dan. Firstly, for the opportunity to represent a Premier League club, and now fighting their way through all of these different teams, all these different competitors. We have our final two players. It's Leeds United and Ollelito against Manchester City and Shells.
And I remember when we commentated the Leeds playoffs and we saw Ollelito storm through that bracket, and we said to Leeds fans, you have a winner on your hands here. You have someone who could lift that trophy. But now, Man City Shells is the only man that stands in the way of that. And after all of Man City's dominance in the Premier League this season, maybe they can do the same here on the virtual pitch.
Well, here we go. The ePremier League Grand Final is underway, and it will be Leeds initially, who are on the attack. Ollelito, who has been so good in every single facet of his game, is immediately in on goal and immediately finds the back of the net. Ollelito continuing his run of form.
Ollelito not even allowing Shells to have a thought process in the early stages of this game. A fantastic fake shot, shifting it onto Son's left foot. The five-star week forever present with Son. And Shells going to have to come from behind already now. That is not going to be good for your mentality, but for Ollelito, he's been doing this all tournament long, Mark. Early goals, dominating his opponents.
And now the question for Shells is, having had to come from behind numerous times in this competition, can he do it again? We know that he's got the ability in the locker. But it's a different ask when you're going up against a player like Leeds' Ollelito, who has been, like you said, in such fantastic form.
It is worth noting that this first leg is on the Xbox, as mentioned by Kyle Walker on the desk, so this is in favour of Ollelito. Shells just really needs to keep a close scoreline here, so that when it goes to the second leg on PlayStation, arguably he would have the advantage. You might ask why he has an advantage. It's mainly down to preference of controller and what you're used to, specifically those analog sticks.
A little bit of a setback for Manchester City at the start of this one for Shells, but as I previously mentioned, you only have to look back to previous rounds and how he managed to find last gasp winners. And maybe he's looking to do again now. Rashford in on goal! Oh, goalkeeper movement saves Ollelito. Made himself big, but just that little shift from the left to the right is what kept that clean sheet intact.
It's a very subtle amount of goalkeeper movement, but it's enough, and it's quick thinking from Ollelito. Not allowing Shells to take the initiative with the shot, instead forcing him to direct it right to the goalkeeper.
Salah gets it on that right foot. Oh, it's beautiful! It was the left foot indeed that managed to find the back of the net. And Salah, who had wasted a few chances for Shells in previous games in this tournament, ties it up, and that will settle the nerves.
I think that's what's important for Shells. When he is playing that through ball to Salah, needs to be hitting it on his left foot, strike it across goal, and just dominate when he gets in those situations.
Now straight up the other end, Adama Traore did well to get his body in the way of Son, who was looking to burst past him with that directional nutmeg. Much similar to those goals we broke down just a few moments ago. Ollelito really does have just a perfect understanding of every single mechanical facet of this game.
But Shells has demonstrated that he also knows how to get in behind that defence. He can utilise that skill set as well. And he's not going to go down without a fight here. He's not going to simply roll over and show his belly to Ollelito, who got the first goal. And now Shells on the attack. He does look dangerous every time he's on the ball.
It's going to be a really hard-fought game, this one. You can tell by just how both players are streaming forward mechanically at the top of their game. This time it's going to be Ollelito who makes the interception defensively, and I just feel like both these players are playing so well going forward, Dan. This might be a game that's decided by who actually manages to keep it tight, is who wins those important tackles.
Well, in terms of their defence throughout the knockout stages, they've both conceded very little goals. It's more been about how many goals Ollelito has scored, but 13 of those did come from the quarter-finals, where he beat Stokes and Tottenham 13-12. He has been in goal-scoring form this tournament.
It's a wonderful stop that. Ball down the line here to Bukayo Saka. Shells on the attack for Manchester City. Ollelito trying his best to hassle and harry him, forcing the play backwards, but we know that Shells loves to step forward when he has the ball, but so does Ollelito in defence, and he brings Reece James out there and just makes a comfortable tackle to turn possession over.
Yeah, aggressive with his defenders, not allowing Shells to get too comfortable in that final third.
Oh, Mane's in behind here. Chance here for Ollelito. Cut back. Rashford looked for that extra ball. And you can just feel every time that Ollelito and Leeds United get into that kind of position, Dan, you almost expect there to be a chance created.
Yeah, I mean, millimetres away from scoring a goal there. Just a really good defensive work.
Oh, in behind here. Manchester City. Oh, they snuck it home at the near post. Rashford makes it 2-1 to City. The tiniest of gaps has been found. What a finish that is.
I mean, if you're Ollelito, you're more than happy to see Shells shoot from there. A tight angle, but Rashford somehow finds its way into the net. Alisson just feet planted, didn't get anywhere near it. And Man City now have the lead, and I think this is the first time we've seen Ollelito behind throughout the entire knockout stages.
Well, questions for Ollelito. Like you mentioned, his preferred console this first leg as well, but at the moment, Manchester City's Shells is looking imperious on the virtual pitch, as he now attacks with Sadio Mane. And I'll be honest with you, Ollelito, he's looking at 6 and 7s at the back at the moment. Here's Mo Salah, onto that left foot again, tries to turn away from his man. Kevin De Bruyne now, who of course famously scored that penalty to put Shells through to this kind of stage. Here's Salah. Oh, it's beautiful again from Shells. It's 3-1. And it's Bruno Fernandes again, and City are looking absolutely phenomenal.
And he's feeling himself right now with Shells. Starting to heat up. A beautiful passage of play. Quick passing, interlinking between the players. And the finish was sublime. A 2-goal cushion now. And Ollelito looks a little bit bamboozled at the back. Not able to keep up with the pace that Shells is offering.
He looks shook. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Ollelito, I don't think was expecting this kind of pace in attack coming in from Shells. Shells is stepping in. He's winning the ball back. He's taking risks in defence. And it's really paying off for him.
Has one last chance here, but Zinchenko steps in, and the referee will probably step in and blow the half-time whistle, which he does. Well, what an explosive first half of this first leg it's been from Shells on his unfamiliar console of Xbox, but you wouldn't think it after that performance. Ollelito with just the one shot, one goal, but he's 3-1 down.
Take a look at the highlights as well. It was Ollelito who did take the lead. Got a little bit fortunate to get the ball initially, but just a beautiful first-time fake shot and finished off by Heung-min Son. But this was vital, I think, for Shells, for City, for confidence, for mentality, all the things he's talked about himself.
Well, when you look at the previous rounds for Ollelito, he went 3-0 up against Healy, he then went 3-0 up against Diogo and Chelsea. And he could have been going the exact same route if Shells had not just fought back that quickly, got that quick equaliser, and then he was just in the ascendancy. And look at this goal. To see that and have the vision to apply there is just fantastic from Shells.
Yeah, beautiful little double tap pass just to create the angle and, you know, just miss those extending legs of the defenders who try and cut those balls out. A fantastic first half from Shells and Manchester City. The question now is, how does Ollelito react? Because you brought it up during that first half. Hasn't been in this position so far in the ePremier League, and now he finds himself having to chase the game.
I don't think he's been behind throughout the entirety of the Leeds playoffs and this ePremier League competition.
Bamford gave him a good game, I've got to say.
Bamford did give him a good game, but now this is a completely different ballgame. Shells has really turned up here and has flipped the script completely. Ollelito, the favourite for the tournament, has been confident, has been dominating every opponent, got the goal lead. But then Shells just upped the ante a little bit. The pace that he injected into the game was unbelievable. And for Ollelito, he needs to try and match that pace. Maybe it's a couple of counterattacks going his way, but defensively, he hasn't been able to keep up with Shells' quick passing.
Yeah, honestly, it's been a little bit of a lesson in that first half of how to counterattack and how to play against Ollelito and how he likes to control games. But now, we're going to see how Leeds United can respond. There's one thing we know about both these players. You can never count them out, regardless of the score, regardless of what's happened before. And still a long, long way to go until one of these two players will be crowned the ePremier League champion. Second half underway here. Shells with a 3-1 lead.
It is worth mentioning that in another competitive FIFA tournament, FUT Champions Cup, Ollelito was able to become a victor, and that does require winning on both consoles, so he is used to playing on the PlayStation.
Here's Mo Salah, looks like directional nutmeg again. Van Dijk took maybe an extra touch that Ollelito wasn't expecting, almost let Mo Salah steal back in and pinch possession off of his toe. And now Ollelito gonna be the aggressor here. Van Dijk stepping out of defence and looking to find a pass forward to just try and ignite some kind of energy going forward.
It's about how much confidence Ollelito is going to have going forward. Is he going to still go for those directional nutmegs that have found him so much success? Is he going to still take those shots from outside the box when he's down by 2 goals?
Here's Fernandez into Son. Beautiful directional nutmeg, but it just played it towards the body of Reece James, and he was able to make himself big and just about get enough on it. But you could see the idea again there for Ollelito, looking for that same move to break through and goal.
And if you do get that directional nutmeg just slightly off angle, it's very much a difficult skill move to work with, because it just pushes the ball rather than allowing you to inject that pace going forward and giving you all that room to actually get a shot away. And sometimes that can be the absolute margins in FIFA esports. It can come down to just a slight angle on the analog stick.
Well, here's De Bruyne. Mane's running in behind. De Bruyne is going to carry this himself for Leeds. Ollelito on the hour mark here, looking to pull one back and make this a 1-goal game. Rashford, who's been deadly for him so far, cannot get past James.
Reece James has just been so good at the back. As soon as he's shoulder to shoulder or right in front of one of the players, you have to kind of bet on him to be able to win the ball back.
Now Mane up the other end for City. There's the heel-to-heel. Shell's just taking his time to construct this attack once more. Surgical in his precision with the passing. Rashford now, a little flick out of his feet. Quick stuff, oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's the best of Shells! Manchester City 4-1 up. And this might be one of the best performances we've seen from that man on your screen.
Get that one on the touch screen. He baited the pass originally, and then he turned not once, but twice, pushing it out of feet, injecting that pace, getting the possibility to even shoot there with Rashford. And what a goal that was from Shells. And now he has a 3-goal lead. And Ollelito is really struggling here.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Shells' reaction as well. He's trying to stay focused. But this, Dan, for me, put it in context. This is the grand final of the ePremier League. Directional nutmeg, turns back, then gets the second directional nutmeg to give himself the opportunity to strike. When given the opportunity, he puts it away. And I think that reaction there not only shows how good Shells realised he was in that situation, but that's a step closer to becoming ePremier League champion.
It's also how he initiated that run with Salah just to ensure that he baited that defender away, so he at least had the 1v1. Turned into a kind of 1v2 in the end, but it didn't matter for Shells because he was so quick on his feet to be thinking about where he wanted to go and how he wanted to score. And there are more goals in this grand final for sure, but at the moment it looks like they might be going in the way of Shells, who maybe is doing a favour for his fellow Englishman Stokes, who took an absolute battering in the early stages of this tournament from Ollelito. But Shells 4-1 up now, and maybe wants to look for more.
And almost immediately, from kickoff as well, Shells wins the ball back. Sometimes everything's going your way, and Rashford now, once again, bearing down on goal. Van Dijk is at 6s and 7s and just about manages to get the laces of his boots on that one, as Rashford was once again looking dangerous. But now, straight up the other end, Bukayo Saka.
We did hear from Shells in the interview that he was guilty of just turtling up a little bit.
Ball inside here, Son. Oh, a chance for Ollelito! And don't count him out yet. Wonderful finish from Mane. And still plenty of time left in this first leg of our grand final to close that gap even more.
To get here into this grand final, he had a 2-goal lead, he turtled up, he allowed his opponent to have too much possession to push him, and it went all the way to an extra minute win it for him. He needs to make sure he doesn't allow Ollelito to get back into the game too comfortably here, and maybe he just needs to continue with his aggression, continue the way he's been playing for the majority of this game.
Shells now has to be careful. Ollelito all of a sudden stepping out of defence and winning the ball comfortably. Amazing how a game of FIFA can change with a few tactical adjustments and with a little bit of belief in the hands that hold that controller. Here's Bukayo Saka, directional nutmeg, almost went down inside the box as well. There was a little bit of pressure from behind. But when all is said and done at the end of that attack, Shells has the ball and still has that 2-goal advantage.
Both players very good at recognising when a defender is coming a little bit too close, so they ball roll away, and then often that ball roll is either followed up by a scoop turn to just go back on themselves, or that directional nutmeg to try and eject that pace and get away from the defender. Shells pinned back a little bit here by Ollelito, but he's doing very well to pass it out. As I say that, commentator's curse. Ollelito with a chance.
10 minutes left here, De Bruyne. Into Mane. Leeds currently struggling in this game. The ball will fall back, but the linesman's flag is up. And a little chance to breathe here for Manchester City, but a nervy moment there for Shells.
And in these last minutes, Ollelito has been pressing successfully, but this is what could happen.
Oh, Son's it behind here. Alisson had to hit top speed as quickly as possible there to beat him to it. The Liverpool goalkeeper did well. Zinchenko tries to feed it down the line to Saka, who was running in behind, but 7 minutes left, Dan. Maybe an opportunity here. If Ollelito can find a goal, then the second leg is set up perfectly.
That through ball almost getting through to Saka, and as I was mentioning earlier, I mean, Ollelito is not unfamiliar with the PlayStation. He will still be able to do a job in this second leg. So I wouldn't say that Shells is completely through at the moment. Ollelito is definitely going to make this difficult in leg number 2. Still 2 goals behind, and it could be 3 with this passage of play if Shells plays it right. Really, right now, he just wants to hold on to the ball and ensure that he has the last attack of the game, Mark.
Yeah, the last thing he wants to do is give that ball away and give Ollelito a chance to go into the second leg with his head held high and be down by just the 1 goal. A little touch from Bruno Fernandes, almost won the ball back, but Shells will continue now to go forward as we enter the 90th minute. And Shells will have now the opportunity to burst forward, but no, he's given it away. And there's runners either side here for Ollelito. 1 minute of stoppage time elapsed. Mane inside to De Bruyne. Saka, can he find the ball? Rashford trying to get there, and Alexander-Arnold says, let's get this one out of play and defend the corner. Saka, Leeds United on the attack. Final kick of this first leg inside the box now. Mane almost gets a bit of luck. He does get a bit of luck, and Pope makes another save, another corner.
Referee just reluctant to blow the whistle. Surely now he blows it, which he will.
Wow.
Dangerous moments in the final stages for Shells, but he's able to stop the bombardment from Ollelito, and it all came from just giving the ball away when he's trying to hold on to it, may I add. But he does still continue this 2-goal lead going into the second leg of this grand final.
Yeah, terrifying moments at the end there for Shells. If you played FIFA at a competitive level, you'll know the last thing you want to do is give the ball away, but then it kept coming back at him. It was a corner after corner after corner. You just think, surely I'm going to concede at this point, but he managed to hold on down, and it was actually Ollelito, we have to remember, who took the lead with his first goal.
Yeah, the 4th minute as well. It was right at the start of the game, and you think maybe that was going to shake Shells, but in fact, it almost lit a fire underneath him, because what he turned into was absolutely sublime. It was goal after goal, and all of them were excellent. There was either a through ball, there was either a skill move, and even just deciding to shoot from there. A lot of players probably wouldn't have tried that shot from that angle, but Shells really on top of his game right now.
Yeah, that pass there from Mo Salah, the great vision from Shells to see the run, not only see it, to execute as well. We always talk about seeing and having an idea and then execution, but that goal from Shells, if you want to know what it's like to be on top of your game as a FIFA pro, then that is the perfect example of it.
To have the mechanical skill to do it, as well as the decision-making to go for it and wonder where your opponent's going to be defending against you. There was a moment of hope, though, for Ollelito in the 70th minute to give him a second goal, and you could see he was just trying to pump himself up a little bit there because he knew that he needed to get himself back into this game. 4-2, though, this one is close.
I mean, 4-2 sounds very different to 4-1. I know that sounds like an obvious thing to say, but especially in FIFA esports, 2 goals can be overturned very, very quickly, especially with a player like Ollelito. And we saw him creating chances towards the end of the game as well, Dan, keeping that pressure on. It's certainly, not over here in our grand final. So that's going to do it all for the first leg. 90 minutes still to come, but it's time to get the views of Joe and Kyle on what we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, what a performance from Shells that is, and we still have the PlayStation leg to come for him as well, so he is going to be absolutely buzzing. We'll bring you that PlayStation leg after this very short break. Don't go anywhere. We've got the second leg coming your way just now.
has the better agility stat according to FIFA 21? Phil Foden or Kevin De Bruyne?
Phil.
You're saying Phil? Phil,
Yeah,
what
I
are you
think
saying?
that might be me, actually.
Yeah, I think that might be me.
Yeah, I think Phil moves a little bit better than me.
Not too sure. Maybe because I'm a bit more younger, so.
A bit younger, okay. Kevin De Bruyne 76, Phil Foden 87. So there's a big gap, and Phil, you take it. You must be pleased with that.
Yeah, pleased to beat Kev on one start, yeah.
Like you'll ever get paid to play video games, they said. Now you're players, creators, fans, all in one huge and growing community. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
True or false, Phil Foden has the best trim at Man City?
Oh, come on now. It's false, isn't it?
False. So you're not even having your own trim, Phil?
I'm having it, but I just keep it simple. I don't think it's the best. Kev, do you want to put that down now, mate?
There's some glue on there. I can't. It's sticky. So I just keep it.
Set that up for a while.
As the ball goes out of play, it looks like on the sidelines Marcus Rashford is getting ready to be their first change today. Just getting his final checks from the physio by the looks of it.
And he'll be looking to make an impact from the bench, most definitely.
Whether we're in a stadium or not, there's no room for racism. Not out there, not in here. There's no room for racism.
No room for racism.
Anywhere.
Take a knee.
They kneel in unity.
But without actions,
Genuinely powerful sight.
there are just words. There's no room for ignorance or intolerance, for hate, for injustice, for sitting in silence, for doing nothing.
I'm ashamed, I'm embarrassed. We want equality in society and football.
We all need to do more. Challenge it.
The CCTV will find the perpetrator of that and he will have a lifetime ban.
Report it. Change it. Premier League. No room for racism. Anywhere.
Welcome back to the ePremier League Grand Final between Manchester City and Leeds, where Shells has just beaten Ollelito 4-2. Let's go straight up to Mark and Dan for the next game.
We are ready to go and we are getting straight into the next game. Dan, 90 minutes already gone. You can see the aggregate score in the top left-hand side of your screen. What a performance it was from Manchester City. Shells in that first leg, finding 4 goals against Ollelito, who's looked invincible so far this tournament.
Doing it on the Xbox leg as well, may I add, which is Ollelito's home console, but now we shift over to PS4.
Salah inside the box. Close dribbling again from Shells. Saka plays that one back. Fernandez steps in here for Ollelito, and I really feel like the first 20 minutes or so in this second leg are vital for Ollelito. Needs to find some control. And although he might not need a goal straight away, he has to put pressure on and look to create at least one good chance.
Can't allow himself to go 3 goals behind here.
Maybe he's going to find a chance straight away. Son in a goal! Oh, it's even better than he could have wished for. Ollelito finds the first goal in the second leg, and now it's just a 1-goal game.
That's one of those where you're expecting the keeper to get there. Shells probably a little bit confused that the keeper wasn't able to get off his line quick enough, but the reactions from Ollelito, just hammering that ball roll straight away to ensure he could get round the goalkeeper and tuck it away. It was a fantastic through ball. Great spot to see Son making that run. And just look at that ball roll, absolute perfection.
Yeah, perfect weight on the pass, perfect ball roll, and look at the reaction of Ollelito as well. Belief now flowing through the veins of the Leeds United representative. And I said how important this first 20 minutes would be for Ollelito. Well, that goal, absolutely massive.
Well, that's not only going to give him confidence going into the rest of this leg, but it's also going to put questions in the mind of Shells, just planting that seed of doubt in the back of his head of, well, what happens if I do throw this one away? I know how good Ollelito is. I know how many goals he's scored already in this tournament. But we need to see the same Shells we saw respond to the early goal in the first leg from Ollelito. He needs to up the pace yet again, have some of those quick passing moves up front.
Well, for City fans, not the start you would have wanted. For Leeds fans, Ollelito has found a way back into the game for you. But for the neutral, and for everyone who's enjoyed the ePremier League so far, that's everything you could have possibly wanted to just light the fire back under this grand final. One goal between the two players. And it's Ollelito now who's stepping forward again. Good tackle by Kevin De Bruyne.
Yeah, good work from Shells there. Just jockeying with Kevin De Bruyne and then making the run back to try and cut that pass in lane. He did it very successfully. Just watching the pattern of play from Ollelito and recognising where he wanted to go with the ball. But that is a little bit of a mistake. That will allow maybe a counter-attack for Ollelito here.
Yeah, that was a little bit reckless there from Shells. And one thing you can't do is make mistakes. The pace of Adama Traore on display there to cut out that through ball, but scary moments.
See how Ollelito is trying to puncture this defence from Shells. It is the 1-2, the through ball. And maybe Shells could do the same thing going up the other end.
It goes outside here to Bukayo Saka, trying to attack the 18-yard box. The future start is all the way back here to Adama Traore. That's an indication of Shells looking after possession, but also good defence here coming in from Ollelito, who steps in with Reece James and immediately tries to put the pressure on and launch a counter-attack of his own.
Obviously a lot of pride on the line for both of these players. What a story it would be if Leeds United were to win the ePremier League after, of course, their first season back in the Premier League for quite some time.
De Bruyne gave the ball away there, and Mane is now taking advantage of it, and Ollelito tries to go back inside. Van Dijk has to stretch and use every single inch of his frame to get there. And straight up the other end now, having managed to cut that ball out. Shells on the attack.
On the attack, but needs to plan accordingly. He's got a Virgil van Dijk in the way, so he tactically will recycle, go back. There are a lot of white shirts that he's got to get through.
Stepping out again with Reece James now tracking that run, Ollelito, but it's Mane stepping forward, finds the ball through to Mo Salah, who restores the 2-goal advantage here for Man City. And now you can see Shells not getting carried away with things. He's already let Ollelito back into this game, and with that goal, won't want to do so again.
There was a couple of fluffed moments in the PS4 final, the PlayStation final for Shells and Mo Salah, but he certainly redeemed himself for his late goal in that final, and the goals he's been able to both score and assist in this grand final.
Salah's away again now, trying to turn away from the attentions of Ollelito, gets inside one man, fires the ball back to Bukayo Saka, the wing-back. De Bruyne now, Mane back doing some defensive work, and now Ollelito might have the chance to launch a counter-attack of his own.
Probably go for another through ball, a couple of 1-2s, and see if he can find this ball. Again, you can see the runs being made, but De Bruyne manages to intercept, but Shells was doing very well to track those runs, especially with Adama Traore. That's why Traore is at the back. He's just got so much pace, and he can contest the likes of Son, the likes of Rashford trying to run through.
Player switching from both players in defence has been absolutely exceptional. And Saka now into Heung-min Son, attacks the byline, stops up, heel to heel inside. We've seen it so many times so far from Ollelito, but what a piece of defending that is from Shells, throwing bodies in the way.
Great defending, just keeping an eye at the feet of Ollelito's player, watching what skill moves are going to come out, ensuring that he covers both turns. And he did just that, and there were plenty of bodies, as you say. Well, that's very close from Ollelito. It's still going to be a little bit of a warning sign here for Shells.
Ollelito flooding forward again now. There's a man over here, and it's Bukayo Saka. A chance on that left foot, and Ollelito is back in the game once more. Saka drives it home at the near post, and what a final we're having.
Shells moved his keeper to that near post, but the fact that Saka was still able to find that corner What a shot it was, and Ollelito will take that, and you look at the possession. I mean, Ollelito's only had 33% of the ball mark, but he does find himself 2-1 up in this game. And of course, Man City's Shells still 5-4 up on aggregate. This grand final is absolutely rocking, as it should be, with two fantastic competitors who have dominated their opponents all tournament long.
It's the final we were hoping for, between two of the best players, not only in the ePremier League, but the world as well, as Alexander-Arnold now for Manchester City. Shells trying to find a goal, will get possession from the throw-in, just to give him that cushion back, but Ollelito somehow has managed to keep this game close. At times it looked like Shells might run away with it, but Ollelito keeps pegging him back.
Well, every time that Shells looks comfortable, Ollelito just does something a little bit different. Whether it's a through ball or whether it's a different skill move, he's got so much up his sleeve.
Salah now goes for that directional nutmeg. Van Dijk has to be extremely careful as the ball is put out of play. What a first 45 that is of the second leg of our grand final. Shells with a lot of possession, but not many opportunities, and the score is all that matters. One goal between the two players.
71% possession in that first half for Shells. That is not something that Ollelito would be used to, but it's the counter-attack that has really been punishing Shells. Ollelito with those through balls has just found so much success. This was a good goal though with Salah. That's why Salah is in that squad. When you can get him through, the speed to get into those areas, then of course on his stronger foot he can finish him off. And this one from Ollelito, I mean, this is going to be difficult for Shells to take, I feel, because this allows Ollelito back into the game. He moved the keeper, I feel, in the right direction, but he still went near posted, Ollelito.
Yeah, still just too good a finish there from Bukayo Saka right at the end of that half to get him back into the game. And I mean, it's one goal between the two players. I said it's a final that we will hope we were getting, and this is the final that we wished we were getting. And I mean, at this point, we always talk about how next goals are important in FIFA, but if Ollelito gets this next goal, I just think that Shells, talking about how hard he's worked on his mental game, how he doesn't try and get down on himself, and we've seen the progress he's made, that is the biggest test he would have had in recent times.
But I think we can see from his possession counter that he's got 71%. He's changed his style in this second leg. He's been trying to hold on to that ball, dominate the possession, restrict the chances from Ollelito. And I wonder whether that's just going to allow Ollelito back into the game a little bit with these counter-attacks.
Well, Ollelito will have the ball on the first opportunity to step forward. Bruno Fernandes going to let that one run. Rashford will just about pick up the pieces here. Ollelito, precise in his dribbling and his passing. You can see that Shells is desperately trying to get as many men as he can in front of the goal to block the way, but there's an overlapping run here, and oh, Ollelito! That is magnificent from you! Leeds United, out of nowhere, tie up this game, 5-5 on aggregate.
It's near post again as well from Ollelito. He's not putting it across goal. So many players from there strike across goal. It's the easier target, some would say. But now that is the third goal in a row he scored near post. The first one, that tight angle with Marcus Rashford. And now Ollelito tying things up. This is going to be difficult for Shells to come back from, but you're completely right. He did say he's been working on his mental game, and now he needs to show it.
No change in midfield here from Shells as well. You can see probably Firmino been brought on, maybe to offer something going forward as well defensively. But Shells, after what was an electric start from Manchester City, is now very much on the ropes. Ollelito, unbelievable resilience from him to get his way back into this game down.
Just that never say die attitude from Ollelito. I mean, Shells showed it in his own console final. Now Ollelito has done it right back in this grand final, but now where can he go from here? That's the real question. Can he take the lead?
Well, the first way that he's going to go is forward with Bukayo Saka. Goes back inside now to Zinchenko. Now we're gone in this second leg. Nothing between City and Leeds. Kevin De Bruyne trying to get there first again, and the goalkeeper caught in two minds there about coming out to collect it. But Shells, and the defender comes across to deal with it eventually. De Bruyne very lucky to keep hold of the ball there as well, but nervy moments
Very calm at the back from Shells, though, has to be said. Just ball rolling away from the attacker with Adama Traore. A lot of nerves when you're in that situation. I've seen people fumble. Shells just holding strong.
Ball fired into the feet of Marcus Rashford. Interception from Bruno Fernandes, and the ball will go out on the far side for a Manchester City throw.
It's going to be who wants to actually take that pause and change their tactics, get some fresh legs on the pitch. Ollelito's not going to want to change anything at the moment because he's just been scoring goal after goal.
Waiting for that running behind again. You can see that Shells is having to switch desperately. What defender he's controlling to watch those runs, and there is another one of those runs. Son versus the goalkeeper once more, forced wide here by Shells. Ollelito goes back inside here. One more to Mane. Surely not. Pope, what a save! Oh my word! What a save that is!
Probably the biggest save we've seen all tournament long. If Shells were to go behind there, Ollelito could have completely dominated the game and run away with things. Nick Pope earning his paycheck here for Shells. He did well to shift the play, to force Ollelito out wide, but then he found one pass, two pass. Mane was able to skip past the defender, but look at that save, down to the ground, right hand, punching it wide. And Ollelito, he can't quite believe what he's seen.
I cannot believe it either. That is why Nick Pope is in so many players' teams. He just has this ability to come up with these magnificent saves in massive moments of the game, and I mean, there's none bigger than that for Ollelito. He's got to be thinking, what else can I do in that position? I've worked it perfectly. I found the feet of Mane. I've hit it where I believe is my highest percentage place of finding the back of the net, and all that it found was the glove, a trailing glove of Nick Pope.
Back underway from the corner. Can we see Ollelito create a similar chance here, but this time beat the Burnley man? Still can't quite believe that save, if I'm completely honest. But Shells, he predicted it well, maybe just shifted that goalkeeper. Ollelito has been going near post a lot.
Well, there's an overlapping run here, and Mahrez will come back to defend. And I believe that Riyad Mahrez has just been introduced by Manchester City Shells here to the City player off the bench. Maybe going to be a hero here for Manchester City in the ePremier League. Salah making that run in behind. Played in behind Virgil van Dijk, who has the pace to deal with it. 15 minutes to go.
And 15 minutes can disappear very quickly in a game of FIFA, and you know one mistake could cost you the ePremier League title here. And that trophy will be going to your opponent's room rather than yours. Got to stay switched on.
Big tackle there from Reece James. He gets that one wrong. And so much space opens up in front of the defence of Manchester City Shells, but he got it right, and you have to get it right. In these moments, you have to be perfect, and contact there from Van Dijk just stopped that run.
That's why Van Dijk's there, just such a wall. You pair him with the pace of the likes of Reece James, Kyle Walker, and he will always do a job. But now one of these through balls, all you need is it to skip past the defender and suddenly you're through on goal. But then you've got to beat Nick Pope. It's whether Ollelito will rue that missed chance.
There's a wrestling match going on there between Kevin De Bruyne and Fernandes. Fernandes came out on top, and now here is Riyad Mahrez. Can he be the superstar from the substitutes bench? Oh, a shot cancelled from Salah. Has he done too much here, Shells? Is he looking to walk this one in the net? Zinchenko with the tackle. Shells will pick up the pieces here with Salah. Rashford, massive opportunity. Rashford again not pulling the trigger.
Ollelito just trying to hold on to the ball, defending so successfully there, watching every run, jockeying another through balls here.
Oh, Van Dijk had to get there, and he did get there. But this game is built on small margins, and at both ends. Opportunities for both players, but now, as we approach the 90th minute of the ePremier League final, it's Manchester City coming forward. Shells gets dispossessed, and now Ollelito can go.
Shells tries to bring the man down, but Ollelito's still going to have possession here. The last attack of the game is going to go to Leeds United. Otherwise, we're going to extra time. Where is that assistant pointing the flag? It's a Man City throw-in. I don't know if there's any time here. It looks like extra time is going to be where we're heading.
Wow.
What a grand final we have unfolding in front of us.
Absolutely incredible from both of these players. representing both of their clubs to the highest standards. That man on your screen, though, Ollelito, the comeback to send us to extra time with that 3-1 win in the second leg. Absolutely unbelievable. But I mean, I love watching FIFA esports in general, but when you have two players who just seem to find the pinnacle of their game and they match in a match of this kind of magnitude, it's just fascinating to watch.
And when you know you're going up against a player who is this good, you start to overthink things. Sometimes you overplay things. I think we saw that with Shells in those final moments. Salah had the chance to shoot a cross goal or go near post. He went for the shot cancel. It looked like maybe it was going to be enough, but it was pass after pass. And Ollelito, the mental strength to check all of those passes, to be able to track all of it at the same time, was absolutely fantastic.
I mean, these were the stats from that second leg as well. You can see that Ollelito, 3 goals from 5 shots that he did have. Didn't have much possession once again, but it's the way that he's set up, Dan. With the counter-attack, he usually has those 3 men just waiting forward to fire into and then look for those balls in behind. So Shells has to be so careful as we're back underway now in our grand final in extra time.
30 minutes of in-game FIFA to try and find a goal to become the ePremier League champion, to secure £20,000 as the winner. Honestly, it's difficult to predict which way this is going to go because both players going forward have offered so much. Certainly going to be an explosive ending.
Shells with the first opportunity here at extra time to go forward then. Son. Bruno Fernandes goes out wide to Mo Salah. Maybe thinking back on that opportunity that he did have, but you've got to get those thoughts out of the back of your head. As Ollelito once again somehow manages to win the ball back, and now waiting for that overlapping run again. That ball out wide is somehow going to be rescued by Heung-min Son.
He's so dangerous with these through balls as Ollelito. He picks them out every single time. Shell's really struggling to track them.
Saka's in here. Ball roll from the Arsenal man. Skips past one. Salah! Oh, it's magnificent! Ollelito with the quickest of feet. Bukayo Saka dancing inside the 18 box and then finds the pass as well. And Salah gives Leeds the lead. And Ollelito, I mean, the man just doesn't know how to quit.
And when we get another look at this one, he sees the run from Saka. Shell's desperately trying to track it. He goes right, then left, a little shimmy, and then Salah with acres of space. And Nick Pope not getting anywhere near that one. And look at that passion from Ollelito. He can almost taste that ePremier League trophy.
I mean, you can see what that means to Ollelito. You know how important that goal is. Usually so calm, so composed, even when he's leading, even when he scores these last-minute goals. But in this circumstance, in the grand final, in extra time, having come from behind by such a huge margin, he knows that could be the goal that gives him the trophy.
But now he just needs to ensure he stays on top of his game. If he just offers too much possession to Shells here, turtles back, and gives the opportunity for Shells to attack after attack after attack, you gotta feel like Shells has another goal in him. He's throwing everything forward now. I'm sure we're gonna see 3 at the back. He's gonna push all these players upfield and look for that equaliser to potentially take this to a penalty shootout. But at the moment, it's looking like Leeds United are on their way, but there is still a good amount of time for Man City.
Still time for City. And if this grand final has taught us anything, it's that there is likely to be another twist in the tail before the final whistle does go. And you can see, Shells, he knows he hasn't got much time to play with. He's gone for the 3-4-1-2, formation. He wants as many players to be running in behind for Ollelito. Possession's everything now, though, Dan. If Shells loses possession, we know that Ollelito is essentially going to be through on goal.
It's about what Ollelito does with that possession, though. Is he going to look for those through balls to try and kill this game off and win it with a 2-goal lead? Because if he does start playing the ball around, Shells is going to be on constant pressure. All those players are going to be flooding towards him, and it's very easy to make a mistake. Ollelito cannot afford any mistakes now.
And if Shells gets the opportunity to get inside that 18-yard box, can he fashion a chance? We're back underway now. Still time here for Shells. But that time will disappear as extra time just seems to dissipate in front of your eyes on FIFA. But he does have the ball from the kickoff.
And maybe Shells needs to learn a little bit from what Ollelito has been doing. Those through balls are deadly when the stamina starts to deplete in those defenders. You can just get on the end of them with some of those pacey strikers, the likes of Salah, for example, just getting behind them. Son has been doing a fantastic job. Rashford, of course, can muscle someone off.
Here is Marcus Rashford. Shells desperate to do anything to find his way through on goal. Riyad Mahrez now twisting and turning. Heung-min Son comes in and tackles him. Heung-min Son comes in and tackles again. Son now. Shells trying to do everything he can to work his way through on goal, and he will keep the ball here right at the death of the first half of extra time. Fernandes into Salah. Oh, the ball's going to fall free, and he puts it away. Unbelievable scenes.
For all we talk about goalkeepers and the saves they make, it was a fantastic save from Salah's initial shot, but Alisson has pushed it right into the path of another player, and that is a gift for Shells. Unbelievable that he's been able to keep the ball after Son almost tackled his teammate twice, and then the referee didn't even blow the whistle. He kept going forward.
I mean, Heung-min Son came in like a wrecking ball. Somehow created an opportunity. Sometimes you have to test the goalkeeper. We know when you hit that ball across goal, especially with the formation that Shells is playing as well, there's always the opportunity of those players on the right-hand side to come in late, to apply that finishing touch, and that is exactly what they did. So now we're back to being tied up once more. Dan Gaskin, which way is this going to go?
You can't ask me that question. It could go either way. It's been so close between these two teams. We could end up in a penalty shootout if we do not find a goal in the next 15 minutes. But I feel like there is another goal here, Mark. Both players are at the top of their game right now.
A goal here, surely, would be the one that would crown an ePremier League champion. Although, I've got to be honest, I've said sentences before with much more confidence than the one I just said. Ollelito for Leeds United does have the ball from kickoff. Rashford, oh, he's in on goal! Pope with a save again! This game has had everything.
84 rated Nick Pope. You don't need your high rated goalkeepers because Nick Pope, one of the best, 6'7". And the fact he can get down and make those saves, that could be a game-winning save for Shells in Man City.
And now Shells for Manchester City is going to fire the ball wide. Riyad Mahrez, ball roll, scoop turn from the City player to another Manchester City idol. Ball around the corner now, Shells, he's in on goal. Oh, he's hit the post.
He's tried it at the tightest of angles. We've seen Rashford put them away from that sort of position, but Bruno Fernandes does not have success. And neither player able to score in these scenarios, and we're getting closer and closer to a penalty shootout, Mark. But Shells wins the ball back.
And it's Cancelo who does it. João Cancelo, a player who Manchester City fans know what a big season he's had. Will that be a massive tackle? No. The directional nutmeg is going to be defended. And now Ollelito, with just a few more seconds on the clock, is streaming forward here for Leeds.
Does have a little bit of time to work with. Probably wants the last attack of the game here. And he could make himself an ePremier League champion. All he needs is to put that ball in the back of the net.
Son puts the ball around the corner. Pope is quick off his line. And with that, Shells, Ollelito, City, Leeds go to the spot. City up first. Shells puts it away. Mo Salah for Ollelito and Leeds. Oh, it's cheeky, but it counts.
Not even time for the players to take a breather after the final whistle. But Shells now stepping up with Mahrez, and it's a perfect penalty, left-hand side. And Ollelito has to respond here. Does go down the middle again, just slightly right to the keeper.
Salah for City, steps up and sends the goalkeeper the wrong way. Advantage to City once more. Kante, fresh on the pitch now. He goes down the middle, and a huge save by Nick Pope.
And Shells has already won one penalty shootout. Can he win another? It's gone in! How on earth has that gone in?
And now, Ollelito has to step up, has to score, and he cannot, and Manchester City and Shells. Ice in the veins for the City man and the king of the ePremier League. Manchester City, Shells, ePremier League champions.
You say ice in the veins, it's tears in the eyes for both players, but for entirely different reasons. Ollelito in Leeds knows just how close he came to lifting that trophy. And it's a penalty shootout where Shells is able to make two huge saves. Even if Ollelito had made that save where he went the right way, Shells still went the correct way with his goalkeeper next. And that's two penalty shootouts in the knockout stages for Shells and Man City. And that penalty shootout wins Manchester City the ePremier League trophy.
Absolutely unbelievable. One of the greatest games of FIFA esports I've seen in recent times. City and Leeds, you should be proud of both of your players, as should all of the clubs that have been involved in the ePremier League this year. But when it is all said and done, Shells is the ePremier League champion for Manchester City. I mean, what a moment for him. We know Shells, we've known him for a long time, been so close so many times, but to pick up a trophy, I mean, we've got the pictures of him on screen right now. I think he's just overwhelmed with what he's achieved.
£20,000 in your pocket, not bad for a day's work of FIFA, or a few days' work, should we say. Maybe a couple of months after all the qualifiers he had to go through for Man City as well. But there would have been a lot of pressure from the Man City team, but what an amazing game it was. We can look back at the highlights, Mark. This grand final had everything, and these are the extra time highlights.
I mean, from Ollelito, an extra time, cool, calm, collected, beautiful dribbling to find that ball back inside, but Shells was not done. Look at the clock in the top left-hand side of your screen. This is in stoppage time at the end of the first half of extra time. Rashford managing to find that touch, and then we went to the spot, and Nick Pope, I think cannot be second guessed. The man of the tournament for Shells and Manchester City. The massive saves that he made in that game cannot be understated.
A lot of people say goalkeeper selection is not important in FIFA because they all have the same stats and they're all going to do the same thing. I think we've seen Nick Pope is the MVP. Some of the saves he made comparatively to what Alisson did, I mean, this tournament was unreal, Mark.
Absolutely unreal. And one man who has been unreal is, of course, the winner, Shells. We're lucky enough to catch up with him now. Nicole has the opportunity to speak with him.
Oh, what an incredible final that was. And we have our ePremier League champion, Shells. Shells, we saw how much that meant to you. I mean, we can see it on your face right now. Tell us, how does it feel?
Words can't describe, honestly. My voice is gone. Like, I'm just to be able to call myself a champion. I'm just so happy right now.
And this right here next to me, don't worry, I'm protecting it, is your trophy. You have won £20,000. How will you celebrate? What are you going to do right now?
My parents will wait in my room and jump on me, but like. I'm just so happy to once again. I think 4 years ago when I lost in the final, I've had that sour taste, and sometimes you need your luck. I definitely got some luck in that second leg. Pope was going to have a statue outside my club. He saved me a couple of times, but to finally call myself a champion is I just can't describe how I'm feeling right now.
And what a game. I mean, we know how good Ollelito is, and that was so close right at the end there. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, Ollelito, he's number 5 in the world on Xbox for a reason. And coming into this tournament, I knew it was going to be tough. Like Tom, Marley, those guys was the favourites. Obviously, them falling down. Tom using the semi-final, had Mitch, who's obviously showed how good he is recently. But Ollelito, I know it was going to be tough. I was playing on Xbox, as you can see, I conceded early. I was trying to get used to the controller a bit because obviously I'm not really used to playing on it. But I felt really good. And then I think I went 4-1 up. But then when he went to narrow, I kind of found it hard to contain him. He was countering me quite easy. I couldn't really create chances as well. But I just had to keep on going. And as you can see, I went back to 4-4-2 early on in the second half, in the second leg, just to have to start creating chances if I want to win the game. And I just started to get more comfortable in the sticks. And yeah, somehow got the victory, man.
Well, Shells, thank you so much. Congratulations. You are our ePremier League champion. Go and celebrate. Well done.
Thank you very much. Oh.
Wow. Wow, absolutely unbelievable scenes. Manchester City going to win the Premier League in real life, and Shells doing them proud, doing Pep Guardiola proud, winning the Premier League as well. Manchester City fans all around the world absolutely buzzing.
My phone is going wild right now. I can see it. It's incredible. What an amazing event it's been. It's been a brilliant 3 days here at the ePremier League, topped off with our champion Shells from Manchester City. Not does he just get £20,000, he's also got a place at the European playoffs, and he's got the trophy right there. Shells is our ePremier League champion. It's been incredible. Thank you to everyone that has watched us, and we will see you next year. Congratulations to Shells.